The following program is a production of the Stormfront Freaks Network.
Welcome to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday, presented by the National Storm Chasers Summit with the Stormfront Freaks Network.
All right, so tell you what, hey, Storm Freaks, it's Phil. Welcome to the telethon. This is what we've been waiting for. We've been counting this baby down for the last month. We have got for you today some amazing guests, but more importantly, it's for an amazing cause. But I'll tell you what, I'm joined with National Storm Chaser Summit President Eric Fox. First off, Eric, I want to start with you. Give us a little tease. Who can we expect throughout these next few hours today?
Oh man, some big names in chasing, right? Right off the bat, we're gonna have Reed. Reed Timmer's gonna come on right off the bat, right off the top. We have multiple Dave Garfield. If you're interested in some advanced meteorology, he's going to get into it a little bit and just talk about why it's so important, and what we're doing within the summit, and him teaching. He's got so many different facets of ways to teach. Let's see. Let me go down my list here. We've got. Let's see here. Tim Marshall's coming on. Josh Morgerman. Mark Austin, Dr. David Bodine, who's in charge of the Rexpol radar. So just who's who in meteorology, really. And then even that, we have Brandon Kopic. Let's see, who am I missing, Holly?
It's really an all-star lineup. We've got Brandon Kopic, we've got Paige Berdomas, we've got Jim Tang. The one and only Jim Tang is going to be here. So it's really going to be an all-star lineup. We're going to have a lot of fun today, and we're going to raise money for a really worthy cause.
Well, I'll tell you what, on that note, so Holly Lamontagne, she's the executive director with the National Storm Chaser Summit. And Holly, this was kind of a little bit of your idea. I mean, you kind of came and said, hey, I want to do this telethon because the Chaser Summit has a new initiative that we really want to get started. Can you kind of tell everybody what that initiative is and what this is all about today?
Yeah, so as Eric and I had been getting to talking after the 2025 summit back in February, we had been talking about ways that we can be of service to the communities that are affected by the storms. And one day almost in passing, Eric said something to the effect of, wouldn't it be great if we were able to put storm shelters into these communities as they start to rebuild? And I said, hold on, wait a minute. Why can't we raise money? Why can't we put shelters into communities that are in need? And that's kind of how all of this began. And for those who are unfamiliar with my background, I'm neither a photographer nor a meteorologist. I actually work in fundraising. I'm based here in Metro Detroit, and I'm the development director for a nonprofit. And so doing this kind of project is just kind of in my blood and something I've been doing professionally for over 10 years. And we started brainstorming more and more, and we realized that this might be the way that we can truly be of service to the communities that are affected by these storms, like Rolling Fork, Mississippi. And I always remember there's a paper by Chuck Doswell where he talked about where he was going on about kind of those Yahoo chasers, as he liked to call them, talking about how as chasers we should be of service. And I always thought that meant in terms of doing research or alerting the National Weather Service, providing that ground truth. But this is truly a tangible way that we can be of service to these communities that will be of benefit for years to come. And so that's how I got on board. And then I reached out to you, Phil, when we were getting into the season of giving and thought that it might be fun to do a marathon and try and raise some money as our initial fundraiser.
So let's talk about that, Holly. So those of you and that's the goal today, guys. We're bringing you some great people that are donating their time today, their talents, their skills, their tips, education, entertainment, all that good stuff. We're providing that, and they're providing that in hopes of reaching out to all of you for help and support and donation. So just before we get to our first guest, to be able to donate, in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, there is a QR code, and that QR code will take you to the donation page. and all donations, we love all donations, whether it's a few bucks, whether it's $500, we'll take all donations, because again, this is all in support of a community storm shelter, first and foremost for Rolling Fork, Mississippi. So what we're going to be doing throughout this whole telethon here for the next few hours is also identify everybody that's giving and supporting. We'll be scrolling your name across the bottom of the screen, and we'll be keeping an eye on all those donations and just let you know in advance. But we'll go ahead and get started with our first guest. MJ, if you can bring in Reed. And I don't know, Reed, can you hear me now? Are you good?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
We're good. All right. So Reed Timmer, extreme meteorologist, storm chaser. I think many people are familiar with Reed. But Reed, I appreciate you giving us 10 minutes of your time today to kind of help support this great cause. But let's kind of get into quickly what I want to know. What are your plans? You had a great season in 2025 chasing. I guess what are your plans for 2026? Any new ideas? You're always popping off new things and new science objectives.
Yeah, our goal is definitely to ramp up the science mission as usual. So that's kind of been my lifelong mission, and over the last 30 years or so. So we're going to try to launch dozens of sensors into the tornadoes at the same time. And this year was a crazy year for tornadoes. The last 3 have been nuts. And I think a couple of years ago, we had a shift in the decadal cycle with that warm water in the North Pacific encouraging those big troughs to barrel in to Western North America. So I think that's why we've had these 1,500 to 2,000 tornado seasons, the last 3 since about 2023. And I think next year is going to be active as well. But probably in the Southern Plains. I think we're about due here in Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. So I think with that El Nino popping in the spring, it looks a lot like 1999. So I bet that we'll see a lot of tornadoes maybe here in the Southern Plains. And our goal is to fix up the Dominator 3 this winter. We're rebuilding the hood right now because we hit a deer on the way back from the Gary, South Dakota tornado. So we're rebuilding the hood on that and hoping to get one more season out of the Dominator 3 before Dominator 5 might get built. But I did light up a deer in my Subaru about 2 weeks ago. I hit a deer and all 6 airbags went off, like hit me in the side of the head. My ribs were blown out.
Ouch.
And the whole inside of the car was filled with smoke. I thought I was hit by a semi from the rear end. So I went into this guy's front yard, knocked on their door, and he loaned me a knife. And I went out and cut out the airbags and then started driving to my event. I got pulled over in Colgate for having my headlight blown out. And I also had a 2-month expired registration. So he let me go. And then 45 minutes down the road, the engine overheated. And I've kind of blacked out since then. I think I had the brain fog from those concussion-like symptoms from the 6 airbags that went off. And so I'm just scrambling to try to get a personal driver. I got a Ford F-150 recently because I want to get something so much bigger than all the deer out there that you're just a sitting duck in those sardine cans that are made out of plastic largely. So, but yeah, the goal is a full court press on the science mission. We're ramping up our live streaming where Will Clay 25 is making this custom built camera for the roof of the Dominator that Brian can control down in Austin. And we're adding camera angles and stuff, but just a full court press with the science mission.
So Reed, you're talking about the Dom 5. What are you most excited about with it? I mean, especially on the science side, as I've kind of over the last year or so, I've really been getting into the science and trying to help out on that end. So what is your goal with Dom 5 on the science side?
Well, the goal with our science mission is always to measure the ground up data inside of a tornado. And the most difficult data to collect inside of any tornado is the wind right near the ground. But it's the most important because it's those winds that cause the damage to life and property and create the necessity for storm shelters. And it's the biggest mystery of tornadoes, too. The relationship between winds above ground and that at the surface is a huge mystery. And I think that lower boundary condition really ramps up the winds inside of a tornado. So I think when you have the dynamic pipe above ground, it's pretty laminar, the flow. But then when it interacts with that friction, the friction of the earth, the lower boundary condition, that's when the chaos happens. You get the 2 inflow jets. It kind of creates a weird discontinuity, I think, and that's why it can split into suction vortices like the one that hit the Dominator from that EF2 and had the 200 mile per hour winds on May 20. But the vortex was so tiny that the winds didn't last long enough to loft us into the air. We just kind of spun 180 degrees. So I think that the duration of the winds is something that's overlooked largely with tornadoes as well, and the size of the vortex. And I think you have a lot of EF5 suction vortices, even from these EF1 and EF2 tornadoes. So the goal with the Dominator 5 will still be to complement all of our other tools to try to measure the ground up data set inside of a tornado. And that launch on May 20 was this close to being the holy grail for our data set and kind of accomplishing our science mission, because we launched it by air cannon out of the Dominator, and the suction vortex captured the parachute probe, and it lifted from ground up and sampled 3 vortices at different scales, from the suction vortex up to the tornado, into the tornado cyclone above it, and then expanding into the sprawling mesocyclone aloft. But unfortunately, we lost the sensor, so we have 10 seconds of live stream data. So we have the pressure trace basically, and I'm trying to use some AI to estimate the height of the probe above ground level to get that GPS data. Because as you know, the hydrostatic balance assumption inside of a tornado is not the most valid of assumptions.
Yep. Holly, you have a question?
What I guess
I know I'm not going to ask you about Chuck Norris. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot I was wearing this shirt.
Don't ask me about Chuck Norris.
I have no more questions.
That is beautiful. That was a good question. I've got just one question. Obviously, this was a year, Reed, of there were some amazing, picturesque tornadoes this year. Was there any particular one that stood out in your mind that you were on?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a crazy year. The last 3 years have been the most insane tornado seasons of 30 out of the 30 years of storm chasing, even more so than 2011. And a lot of the tornadoes were a lot more chaseable, being back in the Great Plains and Tornado Alley with that shift back to the west. And I do think that there were a lot of photogenic tornadoes, the Gary, South Dakota tornado, the suction vortex in northern Alabama. And I think this year was unique because you had all modes of severe weather. You had Dixie Alley early on with the La Nina and the progressive upper level pattern. Then it got pulled back to the Pecos Valley there. And then next thing we know, we're up in the Sandhills of Nebraska, and then in the Dakotas for June Sanity, with everything kind of shifting north. But I believe that they bounce around quite a bit as ENSO is doing the dance in the subtropics and tropical Pacific. But as long as we have that warm water, positive phase NPO, then I think that we're going to have these active tornado seasons, but we just have to monitor ENSO to see where the active tornadoes are going to set up. But yeah, they're very photogenic tornadoes. The Gary, South Dakota one, Spirit Wood, the first ever EF5 since 2013. Maybe we'll have Rolling Fork upgraded in the coming days, but I doubt we have a train that was thrown 450 feet, 475 feet, like we had with that one. But Spirit Wood was crazy, classic barrel tornado. And I think what we're getting a lot are these cooked outflow boundaries. You have an overnight complex of storms, leaves behind an outflow boundary, you have a subtle wave that comes upstream. And that's the perfect type of a setup for those nearly stationary, massive, photogenic tornadoes. You can set up a lawn chair, you can bring out a air cannon and shoot sensors into them, you can fly FPV drones into them like the Otis project, which I think is fascinating how laminar the atmosphere is just above ground. So it's possible maybe we can even take manned aircraft and enter the tornado from the top down, just enter that vent right at about 10 or 11,000 feet, that vertical motion in there, and you could probably drop a human-sized probe, an Eric Fox-sized probe right down into
Well, hey, I was just going to say, Reed, we're looking for you to develop that, so I'm sure maybe that's a 2026 late season development from you, or maybe you're down the road. But I just want to say this, Reed, thanks for your time today, for donating some of your time and stories with us, and just in this great cause that we're trying to support for these storm shelters. Thanks again for joining us.
Yeah, that Spiritwood day, we saw a whole family that barricaded their entire weight up against the door in the basement there and survived totally fine, unharmed, as their house was shredded over top of them, and then saw the backside of that EF5. So if there's any evidence for a need of tornado shelters, it's events like Spiritwood and stories like that are almost like the original movie Twister, except in this case, the whole family survived.
Great. Well, again, thanks, Reed. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Reed.
Have a good rest of the weekend, and we hope to see you soon.
Yeah, never stop chasing, you guys.
Thank you, Reed.
Thanks,
All
Ray.
right, so folks, we're gonna be heading to a quick little break here. Again, the QR code to help donate to the storm shelter initiative. It's in the upper right hand corner. But we'll be right back.
We'll be right back too. It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
On the morning after the March 2023 tornado, Rolling Fork, Mississippi awoke to a silence that felt heavier than the storm itself. Homes that once held generations of family memories were reduced to fragments. Streets that had been the heartbeat of this community were left unrecognizable. And yet, even in the middle of this devastation, there was resilience. Storm chasers, first responders, neighbors, and total strangers came together in the hours after the tornado to search, to help, and to hold one another up. Rolling Fork has strength, but it also has needs. And today, we, this entire weather community, have the chance to stand with them once again. Your donation goes directly toward building a community storm shelter for the people of Rolling Fork. A safe place. A place of protection. A place that can prevent this kind of heartbreak from ever happening again. Together we can turn tragedy into action, and action into hope. Please give if you're able, and help us build safety and a future right here in Rolling Fork.
Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Again, we're putting on this telethon here for the next few hours. We've got some amazing guests lined up for you, but the whole purpose of this is really to help our Chaser and Storm and weather community come together and help donate during this giving season for the National Storm Chaser Summit Shelter Initiative. So before we bring in our next guest, Holly, do you want to kind of let people know how they can donate?
Yeah, if you're looking to make a donation to this cause, go ahead and click the QR code up here in the right-hand corner of your screen, and that'll take you to a page where it will give you options to make your gift and support this wonderful cause.
That's great. Again, and what we'll be doing is, as all of you start to give, again, whether it's just a small amount, maybe you just have a few dollars you can give, or you're in a position that you can really make even a bigger difference. As those start coming in, we'll start putting those at the bottom of the screen, so you can have a chance to just kind of see the kind of success that we're going to have today. So let's go ahead. We're going to bring in our next guest. This is Drew from Oz Safe Rooms. So, Drew, my understanding is that you've been working with Eric and Holly, and you guys are based out of Oklahoma, but you guys are the ones that put together these amazing safe rooms. Can you kind of let all of our viewers know what this great product is that you guys offer, and why you're willing to just be a big part of this with us?
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and it's such an honor to be a part of this, and I want to thank you guys for involving us in this project. And it's very important that the community knows that we produce something that's a little bit different than going underground. The whole reason that we started this project, FEMA had contacted my father way back in 1998. And confronted him and asked him if he could design a safe room above ground that would withstand a category F5. And the reason was, when they were going into these devastated areas, when the families were trapped underground, they couldn't see them. Water goes down. There has been some really horrible tragedies with some of these underground shelters. And we are in the 21st century, so we need things to be handicap accessible. And, that's where my father came in and designed the above ground Oz safe rooms. And what separates us from any other contractor or any other company is what we have a patent on. We pour the floor, the walls, and the ceiling in one continuous pour. So when you step into the Oz safe room, even our smallest unit, you have 18-inch thick ceilings, 8 to 10-inch thick walls, 10-inch thick foundation. That's all monolithic, which means one continuous piece of concrete. Whatever you put together in pieces can come apart in pieces. So the reason that Oz was even, thought of was because underground shelters were failing in the past. And 100 years ago, and you were out on some land, what did the old timers do? They dug a hidey hole. Well, now when you go, your neighbor was a mile down the road. Where now when you go into these congested areas with homes built on top of one another, there's 10 times the amount of debris in these storms than we had 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's that's what it's. Once you really look at the Oz Safe Room and you look at some of the other products, and especially Eric, he's actually he purchased one for his family. When you go inside of one and you close that door, you're safe. To where if you're dealing with extreme lightning, if a power line falls on you, remember metal is a conductor. You don't want to be inside of a steel product during bad weather. It's you could really get you in trouble. When you're in the Oz safe room, you don't have to worry about flooding. If your mother or child is in a wheelchair, you can wheel them right in.
So, Eric, what can you talk a little bit about? So, it sounds like you've got one of these for your family yourself. Is that how you found Drew and Oz Safe Rooms?
Yeah, actually, the co-founder of the summit, James Menzies, had one, and he actually created a whole room. And that's the thing about Oz that's really intriguing is like you don't have to just have this concrete structure in the backyard. You can make it part of your home, right? And so that's what James did. And I'm like, this is brilliant. Like you have a safe room for your house, but you can store anything in it and make it part of your closet, make it another room. And they custom build everything. And so I was really intrigued by it. And then when I went to their facility in Norman, it's a Norman, right? I can't remember.
Del City, right? Right on
Del
the
City,
outskirts of Oklahoma City.
yeah, Del City. And so and they had all these different types, the sizes, and I'm just like, and then he showed me the technology of the door, right? So my science brain started, oh, this makes sense because the way that door is just by air pressure and the way it's built and the way it's designed, I'm like, that door's not going to come off. And something like Tim Marshall's going to talk about later with these shelters is the doors and the failures on that is a big point. But the way they custom build these doors, it's like, oh, there's no way that door's coming off based on air pressure. So, it's like it makes a lot of sense. And so to me, of all the storm shelters I've seen, and I've been on, the Moore tornado, it's the only structure still standing. So no, not only I could tell it was safe, the science and the technology in it makes complete sense, and to have a proven record. And I'm like, I've got to get that in my house because I was like fascinated how this works. And so, I've been on, I can't even tell you 12 to 20 major disaster scenes from tornadoes. And what you see fail and work, that's why I was like, no, I got to continue with Oz and continue to use Oz in our fundraiser. It's because I know it's going to save people. And so that's why I was like, that's all I care about, saving people. And so that's why, when we started talking, there was no other choice for me but to use Oz. And it's been an amazing conversation, and I'm glad and I'm looking forward. One thing I wanted to say is like, not only are we looking at Rolling Fork, but we want to come to Oklahoma, Nebraska, Illinois, everywhere that has major tornadoes, Alabama, and we're going to work together to do this.
So what, Drew, tell us a little bit about your thoughts on what this community structure might look like.
Well, that's the best part about Oz is, we can protect, right down the residential families, and we can build some of these community structures. And, when you look at it too, you got to look at what these companies are doing as far as testing. Remember, Oz went above and beyond with testing. You have the storm shelter test, and then you have what we teamed up with Rochester Institute of Technology to do extreme testing. They did a finite analysis on our unit, right down to our smaller ones to our bigger structures that we'll be expanding into for, larger amounts of people. We've done community shelters to where we can protect factories that have around 100 employees. But the finite analysis was very important because they put our structure into the world computer and tried to destroy it. Not only have we went through the F5s and survived, but we passed all the tests that this Rochester Institute of Technology put us through. So, it's very important that people know that these, from the smaller safe rooms to the bigger structures, they have been tested through a finite analysis. And, these bigger units, once you go in there, you will feel safe because, again, when you're looking at 10-inch thick walls, 18-inch thick ceilings, 10-inch thick foundation, that's all one continuous piece of concrete. And I just want to touch one thing on the door is very important because, the Oz, we designed a sliding door. So, like, let's say you are trying to get the older folks in there and you have 80, 90-mile-an-hour winds. When you see these other products and the door swings out, people have a really hard time trying to get that door closed. So, right down to the smaller units, but for a larger unit with the communities, as you're, getting people in there, you can slide that door open, roll them in. Somebody might even be in a hospital bed to where you have to take them and put them into that safe room. And let me tell you, once you go into those larger units and you close the door, we can design these safe rooms to be where you feel like you're in a normal room. It doesn't have to be, like Eric was saying, it doesn't have to be a concrete structure. You walk into them, the larger community shelters will have to have, some type of bathroom, lighting. We can finish them out where the people feel more comfortable with some type of texture and paint on the inside. They all come with our new flooring process is a rubber matting floor to where if somebody slips and fall, you're hitting rubber mats and not a hard surface. And remember, once you go into a concrete structure and close that door, the people can still use their cell phones to, stay in touch with their loved ones. You can get your news updates of where those storm trackers are telling you what's going on with the weather. If you're in a metal container and you close the door, you lose your signal. You close the safe room door. As long as that tower doesn't go down, you can still operate your devices.
That's good. When did you guys start, Drew? When did you start your company?
The federal government reached out to my father back in late 97, 98. And real quick, one of the main reasons that they contacted my father was he was rated one of the best concrete form specialists in the country. My dad worked on the tunnel systems under Niagara Falls. So, we're used to doing underground work, but we brought this technology above ground.
That's great. Have you had any situations yet where any of the rooms that how many of these have you built? Let me ask you that first.
We're getting right close to the 2,000 units that we have built. And again, when you see, we're a true manufacturing company. When you look at what it takes to get the Oz safe room built, normally it's a 3-day process to where we can form the safe room in one day, pour the safe room the second day, and complete the unit on the third day. Oz is a true manufacturing company. We have a large warehouse in Del City to where we build all of our forms from scratch. We have a door manufacturing center. We have steel stations. We do all the pumping ourselves to where there's no subcontractors coming in and doing any work for us. We're a true manufacturing company to where we handle every step of the way from scratch.
That's great. Well, I'll tell you what, Drew, if you can do us a favor, I appreciate you giving us 10 minutes of your time to really help explain what, as we're working on this telethon. And I do want to let all of our viewers know, we are aware there's right now, there's some challenges with donating. So we're working on that right now. The QR code still works, but we're having some behind the scenes issues here with the money donations. So we'll work on that. But we wanted you all to know what the National Storm Chaser Summit, who they're collaborating with for this initial Rolling Fork, Mississippi Safe Room. So, Drew, can you just maybe tell people if they're interested in their own personal safe room for their own family, like Eric, where can they reach out and find more information?
That's the best part about Oz is, we're working on getting this product out of the state of Oklahoma. We service the whole state of Oklahoma, and we have been going to Texas. Now we're really jump starting this company, and Eric has put so much wind in our sails, showing us, look, even on our end, we're working on getting people to your site to make donations. We got to get this product out. They have spent billions of dollars on Doppler radar. We're the second phase. All these warning systems, what good is a warning system if we're not giving the people a place to go? Just like Reed going out there, giving people the warning, showing people where the bad weather is coming. We gotta, build this corporation. And that's why, if people get the chance, go to Oz Safe Rooms, check out our website. And a part of our expansion is we teamed up with the firm also doing some crowdfunding to where families, we want them to donate to you, but families can actually own a piece of Oz Safe Rooms for the expansion. When these storms come through and hit an area, we need to get into that area and open up a satellite and start producing these safe rooms.
Yep. Well, Drew, again, I appreciate your time today, taking some time with us to go through that. I do want to let all of our viewers know we're working on that donation link. I think we're going to be putting a new one up there shortly. But before we do that, we are going to go to a quick break, and we will share some information here and some videos about Oz Safe Rooms, and we'll be right back with some more. And our next guest, Josh Morgerman. Stay tuned.
We'll be right back too. It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
Welcome to Oz Safe Rooms, builders of the only single-pour, seamless concrete above-ground tornado safe room, proven to save lives, whether taking a direct hit or in the direct path of an EF5 tornado, making the Oz Safe Room a FEMA mitigation success story. When you choose an Oz Safe Room, our sole priority is to ensure the safety of your family and pets. And we have many different options to choose from. Oz offers many sizes and options to suit different needs, from our smallest 6-person up to our community style or custom safe rooms. Once you've chosen what size and style of Oz Safe Room you prefer, our team jumps into action to carefully work out every detail. Once the site visit is complete, we draw up the site plan and fill out all the paperwork necessary to inform the city where the structure will be located, so that the needed permits can be acquired. Day one of the build, our team will stake out the corners of the room based on the site plan we used to acquire the city permit. With your approval of the location, we will begin the forming process by first digging the base by hand. Day two, we begin filling the forms with concrete. During the pouring process, the concrete is vibrated, removing air and water pockets, making the concrete stronger, resulting in a strength of around 5,000 psi. The 18-inch thick ceiling of the Oz Safe Room is the thickest in the industry, providing maximum protection from falling debris, including cars and pickup trucks. The walls are 8 inches to 10 inches thick, providing maximum protection from flying debris. On day 3, we complete the safe room. The forms are removed, the structure is inspected, and any imperfections in the structure are ground down to be smooth. The tile floor is then added along with the built-in bench, and the door assembly is installed before a final inspection is completed on your Oz Safe Room. The Oz Safe Room can be textured, painted, bricked, or even given a stone veneer. Roof structures may also be added. As a wife and mom myself living in Oklahoma, the Oz Safe Room was the only choice I felt confident in for the safety of our family. Not only is the Oz easy for our young children to use, but also for our older family members that could have difficulty crawling into a small opening in our garage or using stairs. When I learned about the dangers of other so-called tornado shelters that are really only mild storm shelters, I knew that Oz was the only choice for our home. I hope we don't ever need it, but I have confidence that if we do, will be completely safe no matter how severe the tornado may be. Call today.
Hey y'all, this is Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton here.
And Tornado Pagey.
And we want to wish y'all a Merry Christmas.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to our telethon, National Storm Chaser Summit telethon. Again, we're doing this and we're bringing you guests today that are given their time to share some stories, some tips. Some of it's a little bit of a prelude to the National Storm Chaser Summit coming up the first weekend of February. But the main goal today during the giving season is to bring our weather, storm chasing, and meteorological community together and help support these storm shelters for communities. The first one we're focused on is at Rolling Fork, Mississippi. So I've got Holly again with us. Holly, can you kind of let people know the importance of this initiative and how people can donate?
Sure. So one of the things that Eric and I have been talking about throughout this process of growing and really expanding the summit's offerings, we wanted to ensure that we're providing educational opportunities for chasers and giving trainings on meteorology and what to do if you happen to be the first person on the scene in case you follow a tornado in after it goes through a town. But we also wanted to be able to be of service to the communities that are affected. Certainly, we can provide ground truth to NWS, and we can alert citizens of storms and tornadoes coming in as we're driving through their towns. But we can truly give a lasting impact on these towns by installing these storm shelters, especially in places throughout the country that need them the most, like Rolling Fork, Mississippi, like throughout Dixie Alley. And we just felt it was kind of the seamless next step to really making a difference and being of service. And if we're going to be in these towns and helping them through the immediate recovery process, we can help them long term.
And so I do want to remind all of our viewers, so we were having some challenges with the initial giving site that we had. We have added a new QR code in the upper right-hand corner that goes to the National Storm Chaser Summit giving site. Holly, do you kind of want to let people know what they can expect when they go to that site and how they can donate?
Sure. And we apologize for the issue and thank you for everybody who has been trying to donate so far. So if you go to the QR code up here in the upper right corner, it will give you options to donate and you can choose your amount and make your gift that way. And please let us know if you have any issues, and we thank you for everything that you want to give.
Yeah, I agree. We appreciate it. And sorry, we kind of went through some technical difficulties with that earlier. During our setup, everything seemed to work great and fine, and then all of a sudden doesn't. So welcome to live streaming. This is kind of what happens sometimes. It's great. And which is really interesting, Holly, because this, again, was kind of your brainchild to do it this way during the holiday season. And so I want everybody to know. So I kind of asked Holly, I'm like, what do you want this to look like? What's the theme kind of like? And I knew she was a Midwestern kind of girl when she said, I want it to look kind of like a Lawrence Welk holiday special. And there's probably many of you that have no idea who the heck Lawrence Welk might be, but old school musician, conductor, all that kind of stuff. But it's really an old school holiday kind of special. That's kind of what this is all about today.
Not only am I a Midwesterner, I'm a former theater kid. So if there's a way that we can incorporate a production number into the Chaser Summit, I'm all about it. And thankfully, Phil saw my vision and appreciated what we were trying to do. And it's been a pleasure working with you and putting this together. And I've had a lot of fun, and I hope everybody watching is having fun as well. We've got more musical performances by Reed Timmer coming up later in the show. And we've got a couple other special guests who are going to do some performances as well. So it's not the full choreographed number, but that may be for next year.
That's great. That's great. So, we're going to be going to break here in just a second. I just again want to remind everybody, those of you that have been trying to donate, thank you for doing that. Sorry for those technical difficulties. We've got the new link, the new QR code in the upper right-hand corner. You can use that to donate. But before we get to our next guest, we got Tim Marshall waiting back in the green room. I know, Drew, I'm just going to shout out, Drew, I see you keep jumping in to our green room, Drew. You can watch us go to the National Storm Chaser Summit YouTube page, and you can watch this live from there because we can only have so many people in our green room. So I apologize. I keep kicking you out. And it's not because I don't like you, because I love you. But we can only keep so many people back there. So thanks, Drew. Yeah, it is. So before we get to Tim Marshall's waiting on deck, again, live, as Holly said, live TV. Things are always moving and adjusting. We're going to keep moving, but we'll be right back with Tim.
We'll be right back too. It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
Back in 2015, we had a tornado was coming through the neighborhood. My neighbors and my wife, we went into the shelter, and it was raining. The rain coming in sideways. Some water was coming into the shelter, and then in the morning I got up and I went to work, and I told my wife, when you get out there, can you go out there and kind of dry up the shelter, because I think there's some water in there.
So when we opened the door of the shelter, I started crying. I said, this is a dead truck. That's what I told him. It's a dead truck.
We were kind of scared to get in there because I figure, we stay in there, tornado comes through, knock the house down. We in there, hey, we got saved from the tornado, but then we drowned, and that didn't make any sense. I became aware of the Oz Safe Shelter, and basically because of my neighbor, and I've seen some of the commercials on TV, but my neighbor, when I went over there and looked at his, it convinced me that this is what I needed. Well, the process of getting the Oz Shelter was, for me, was simple. The experience was great. Great guys, very polite, and I told Andrew, I said, the only thing I was disappointed was that when I asked them, hey, you want some lunch? You want something to eat? All of them said no, and I was disappointed.
We okay.
Are
you sure? Yeah, we okay.
So it was great. It was a great experience.
What really impresses me about the Oz Safe Room is that the boss of the company, Andrew, he's here making sure that his workers are doing the job the right way. And that really impresses us about the company.
Even if we think about the price, the value of your family is worth it all. You can't put a price on the value of your family.
What Oz Safe Rooms did here in Del City, we were able to come into this customer's yard with no heavy equipment. We filled in another underground shelter, which the family said was a death trap. Remember, just because you have a storm shelter doesn't mean you shouldn't buy a proven tornado-proof safe room. We have an 18-inch thick ceiling, 8-inch thick walls with a 10-inch thick floor. Remember, whatever you put together in pieces will come apart in pieces. We built this unit from scratch. We hand dug it, we removed the dirt, we formed it, we pumped the concrete from the street and dismantled the forms. What we try to do is make it look like we were never here. Please come down and visit the experts at Oz Safe Rooms. We are located at 3216 Southeast 30th Street in Del City. If you get a chance, look up our website at ozsaferooms.com and check out our Facebook page. Please, don't make the same mistake other families are making. Come down and see the experts at Oz Safe Rooms.
Frosty the Snowman was a happy, jolly soul with a button nose and 2 eyes of coal, and also made out of hay.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
Classic Reed Timmer, everybody.
It's so good.
Classic Reed Timmer. They're singing us his Holly Jolly songs. Again, guys, we're doing this telethon today with the National Storm Chaser Summit. We're going to be going for hours. We've got some great guests still lined up for you. But the whole purpose of doing this, and for all these guests that are giving us their time, is really to kind of ask our great weather community for support, as we're trying to also support other communities with these storm shelters. The first one, of course, being Rolling Fork, Mississippi, is what we're all gunning for. So we appreciate all the donations, all the support, all the help that you're giving this year. You know, I know my family, we're usually always looking for other families that we can help in the holiday season, get them gifts, things like that. And this is just what a great way to help support a number of families with your donation in an area that the weather community certainly would love to do, which is support safety, support lives from dangerous storms and tornadoes. So Holly LaMontagne, who's the executive director with the National Storm Chaser Summit, again, her idea to kind of put this whole thing on. Holly, can you kind of remind people how they can help support and help donate here today?
Sure. So you can go to the QR code in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, and it will take you to a page where you can input whatever you choose your gift to be. We appreciate any amount. And 100% of the funds raised today is going directly to the shelter that we plan to install in Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Very good. And so I think Holly's going to be kind of tracking that a little bit. Eric, is that correct? Can we kind of talk a little bit about how we're tracking that information?
Yeah. So we reached out to our guy Ryan Pitt, who's been amazing with the summit for years. I mean, he's the glue that keeps everything together.
He's a treasure.
And we have a new login onto our site where we can, on our website, it's a direct donation that goes into our Square account. And so Holly's going to log into that Square account and keep up on those donations, because it's a real time. Every time you make that donation, it's going to show up in that Square account, and she will be able to even give some shout outs to individuals. One thing we haven't talked about, Holly, is donations and what they're going to get for certain levels, right?
So that's right.
Yeah.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just going to step on you, but to sweeten the deal, anybody who makes a donation of $50 or more to the shelter fund will immediately be entered into a giveaway, a drawing, and at the end we will draw a name and they will receive a free ticket to the Chaser Summit in February. And if you feel called to donate $200 or more, you'll be entered into a drawing to not only get a ticket to the summit, you will also get your hotel covered as well. So great incentives to make your gift, in addition to it going to an extremely good cause. We'll get you to the summit in February and see all of us in person. Yeah.
That's awesome. Cool. So again, Holly will be tracking that. Holly, I sent you a text because we'd like to, if we can get that information to MJ somehow as well, so he can add that to the scroll at the bottom. But without further ado, let's get to our next guest, Tim Marshall. Many of you know Tim. Tim is a storm chaser. He's a meteorologist. He's an engineer. There's pretty much nothing this guy doesn't do in the weather industry. If you've been to the summit, you've seen Tim multiple times. As he's a big part of that as well. But Tim, welcome to the telethon. But my first question is this, because all of the sites that you have seen in all of your post-tornado and devastated communities that you've seen, Tell us a little bit about what you've seen with storm shelters, all different kinds. Ones that, as far as ones examples where you've seen one that really worked well, or examples where maybe you've seen that certain storm shelters maybe aren't the best.
Well, thanks for having me, and welcome everybody. Yeah, the storm shelters are a great idea, and they serve many purposes. Of course, you want to save yourself, family, and pets if you can. And I have seen kind of the untold story throughout the Midwest. And the untold story is all the people that have survived by being in storm shelters when the tornado hits their property. And that is the untold story. The media concentrates too heavily on the destruction. But what they don't concentrate on are the survivors that had shelters that escaped without a scratch. So over the years, I've looked at more than 100 surveys of tornadoes and hurricanes, and I have seen tremendous devastation, but I also have seen hundreds of people who have actually survived walking around today because they had a shelter that they took refuge in when a tornado or hurricane was approaching. And this is the important point. I mean, yes, it's expensive, but it certainly is worth it. So, I really say, look at this as a long-term investment. If you live, especially in the Midwest, where tornadoes are frequent, or if you live in the Southeast, we have nocturnal tornadoes, long track, violent ones at night. So I would say that this is a good investment. Think about that. Yes, it costs thousands of dollars to install, but it's really worth it when you break it all down in terms of how many years you're going to have this. These shelters are going to be permanent, okay? So that's a long-term investment. I like that. But there's some key points, because we did have one fatality in Mayflower, Arkansas, and that was in a shelter. And I want to really stress this out. You get what you pay for. If you know that you can save some money by putting in a cheaper door, and that's what happened in this case. They went with a hollow door that had a cardboard infill. That saved them $1,200. However, the person that was standing behind the door didn't know that, and when the door blew in, they were killed inside the shelter. So, as it turned out, subsequent interviews of the homeowner who had put the door or switched the doors out, basically, said he thought he could save some money by going with a cheaper door. You need a solid door. You need 3 beefy hinges. Those hinges need to be mounted to a beefy frame that is anchored into the shell. So even though everybody makes a nice concrete shell, it's all about the details. And hinges, the door frame, the door, the deadbolt system, all are key components. And like you've heard me talk before, if there's a weak link, Mother Nature's going to exploit that weak link. And unfortunately, in this case, the door folded like a taco when it was hit by a sheet of plywood. And that door came in at a very high rate of speed and killed the person who was standing behind the door. So that's the problem that I've seen with a shelter, but it only happened once. I can point to hundreds of successes with doors that work properly. Solid door, so it's a heavy steel door with very beefy hinges, at least 3 or 4. 3 locks. That's right, 3 deadbolt locks. Okay, not just one. All right. So you gotta
redundancy is important.
That's the key.
Yeah,
right there. The key right there for engineers is redundancy. So, and then the frame has got to be mounted into the shell itself. So you just can't come in after the fact. It's all got to be done during the pour of the the shell. So yeah, that's the thing about shelters. They're fantastic. I've seen so many people survive. Highly recommend it, especially if you live in the center of the country or the Southeast.
Is there any particular and I know we're limited on time here, Tim, but are there any particular government standards for these things or anything that someone should be looking for?
Well, for the private person, I would say make sure that the shelter is NSSA approved. So the National Storm Shelter Association approved. It's nssa.org. Go to their site. You can get all the information about that. For commercial systems, yes, there's actually a standard out there, the ICC 500, the International Code Congress 500 standard, and you can Google that too. That is for the commercial shelters because they have got to go a notch above, with lighting and handicap access, and in some instances, depending on the size of your shelter, they even have to have sanitary facilities. So it's important that those shelters be designed accordingly. When you're talking about what happens when you talk about like a Home Depot, a Walmart, those kinds of places. I've seen a lot of big box buildings and they collapse quite easily. So it's important that shelters be provided for the commercial end of things. And Home Depot in Joplin, Missouri went back with a community shelter, and I went up there and looked at that, and it's a phenomenal thing. It's like, wow, you can hold 50, 60 people in that shelter, and they will all survive, even if another EF5 hits.
That's great. Well, Tim, I'll tell you what, I appreciate you giving us just a little bit of your time today and certainly your expertise. I think you bring a lot with that, and that was great today. So again, thank you. Anything you want to quick tease about the summit this coming February and your involvement?
I will just say that it's going to be very cold in Denver. Very, very cold.
Very interesting. I like the tease. Well, Tim, thanks again for your time. What we're going to be doing again, folks, the donation code's in the upper right-hand corner. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to be coming right back with Josh Morgerman. Is on with us here. We've got Gabe Garfield, Mark Austin right after him. We've got Matt Capucci, Jordan Hall, Jim Tang. We've got all kinds of people coming, so stay tuned.
We'll be right back too. It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
We could hear like a small crackle. Anyway, the front of the restaurant, the glass was starting to spread, and then I just felt everything blowing in on us. Grabbed April, threw her in front of me and my daughter, and we did make it to the bathroom as we were in a building that there was a Mexican restaurant and a Subway, and the bathroom was in the middle. And one of the things I just do remember is the toilet breaking and the smell. And when they pulled us out, we were across the restaurant. Everything's still with us, but it literally pushed the whole building with us, and they pulled us out on the grass. I just remember not a lot of space. I remember, an extreme amount of weight, hearing, 30 more minutes. That drill, because I was starting to pass out towards the end. I was looking at April saying, I can't keep doing this, and she was rubbing my head saying I had to stay awake. Couldn't walk, because not just the injuries, but I think the circulation being cut off for over an hour. Just want to say thank you, because it's, an adrenaline rush, but y'all saved us. It's not just about the chase, it's after the storm. Since the tornado, we've had a few warnings, or, the Torcon threat is going to be this. I don't go to my apps anymore. I follow the storm chasers now.
This is Adeline wishing you all a very, very Merry Christmas.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucy Young and I'm here to wish you a very Merry Christmas. Enjoy time with your family and loved ones. Stay safe and stay weather aware.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we got all these guests lined up. They're coming in, they're going, they're coming in, they're going. So we're going to keep going, but I just want to remind everybody that QR code in the upper right hand corner is where you can donate today to help support this great initiative that the National Storm Chasers Summit is doing to provide community storm shelters. And the first one, obviously, Rolling Fork, Mississippi, is what we're gearing towards. But we're gonna go ahead and bring Josh Morgerman in. Josh Morgerman, obviously, I Cyclone Man, the Hurricane Man, was an interesting season this year, Josh. You are a great storyteller, and so I know it's going to be hard for us to talk with you for like 5 to 10 minutes, but we're gonna try and do it. And I want to find out a little bit about Melissa. Melissa really seemed to be the big one that you had in a huge experience with this year. So welcome to the telethon, but let's jump into Melissa.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I love this cause. I think it's really great. And actually, Melissa was a great reminder of how communities need places to go in extreme winds. I was at ground zero for Hurricane Melissa, which was not just a Category 5, but a high-end Category 5. It was sort of flirting with the imaginary Category 6 that people talk about, and crazy wind. I've been in 84 hurricanes, and this was the most insane wind I've seen.
Really?
And experienced. Yeah,
wow.
This was like out of the 84 hurricanes I've experienced, this was the top in terms of just the ferocity of the wind. I was in a reinforced concrete building, but it was the damage was unbelievable. Just all wooden homes completely flattened, swept away. A lot of concrete buildings even collapsed. That's how strong this was. And a lot of people rode the storm out, curled in little balls in little corners of their house. The roofs blew off. It was just amazing more people aren't dead, actually. So it made a strong impression on me in terms of thinking, how do people get through extreme windstorms? You know, where do they go? What do they do? Because these were like sort of tornadic like winds. So it's particularly relevant, I think, to what we're talking about today.
So what I guess you obviously talked about the winds. Tell us a little bit about the aftermath, because it's not the first time. Obviously, this is kind of your MO, is to really stick around and help with the cleanup, help the community. It seemed like this was an important one for you in those regards as well.
Absolutely. I was there for many days after, I think for like 4 or 5 days after. It was not a pretty sight. The damage to houses and buildings was off the charts, but also just the fabric of civilization was destroyed. It was the infrastructure, the power grid, the communications, the roads, everything just destroyed. And they were just doing their best to kind of crawl out from under that. The first step was to get the roads clear so that they could get aid in. But the damage in that sort of southwest coast of Jamaica is it's catastrophic, and the word, I'm not using it trivially, and it's going to take years, even decades, for that area to rebuild. So I chase a lot of hurricanes, and I don't stay with every story. A lot of the time I'm just kind of wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I get in there, I chase it, I leave. This is one where I'm kind of staying with the story. I do want to keep it alive in the news, in the media, so that people don't forget, because I do think international help is going to be needed for them to get back on their feet. I'm actually going back at the end of January at the 3-month mark to go, see how things are doing, document what's going on, and do some stories and things about it, about how they're taking those initial steps to get back on their feet.
Eric, you got a question for Josh here before we keep moving?
No, Josh, we've chased several hurricanes together, and in your opinion, in these canes, why let me I'm trying to phrase this right, because I'm trying to put this into shelters, right? But shelters may not be good in hurricanes due to water. So, in your opinion, like when should you have a shelter? Where in what part of the country, and versus along the water versus inland? What's your thoughts on that?
I think that these kinds of shelters can serve people very well in hurricanes. We talk a lot about storm surge, but the reality is a lot more people actually get impacted by the winds of hurricanes, because once you get away from the coast, there's a lot of people that do experience extreme wind that are actually not they're not threatened by the water. So I actually think that these make a lot of sense. And I'm telling you, in Jamaica, in Melissa, most of the really extreme catastrophic damage was from the wind. I mean, there was storm surge and it did create like damage in places, but most of this disaster was wind, and I think that, we have these extreme events like a Michael, like an Andrew, with the really crazy winds. I think that people need somewhere to go. A lot of homes, a lot of private residences are just not up for these kinds of winds.
So, Josh, I appreciate you taking some time to join us today and giving this time for this cause, which is great, and your stories. That's the challenge with bringing Josh Morgerman on for 10 minutes. Is you're not going to get all of Josh Morgerman that you really should get. So, I apologize for that, but I appreciate the time, and more importantly, where can people get more of Josh Morgerman?
You can follow me on social media. I'm most active on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, and it's iCyclone, the letter I and the word cyclone.
I gotta
That's
add
great.
something.
Yeah.
We have added Josh. We haven't officially put it out yet, like in the schedule, but Josh will be speaking at the summit this year.
I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited. I'm telling the Melissa story. Melissa from Ground Zero is what my show is going to be called, and it's going to be very intense.
That I am definitely looking forward to. So that's great to hear. Well, again, Josh, thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us today, and giving us a little bit of a teaser then of what we can expect in February.
Thank you. Cool.
All right, so we're going to keep moving here a little bit, but before we get to our next guest, Gabe Garfield, Holly, we're getting these donations coming in. So can you, why don't you go ahead and give us a little update of who's been helping out?
Yeah, so they have been coming quite quickly, which we absolutely appreciate. We've gotten Edgar O'Neill for 20, Sherry Chumack for 50, Kevin Seifert for $1,000. Kevin, we appreciate you.
Wow,
that is going
Kevin.
to an
Big
excellent
W for
cause.
Kevin.
Absolutely. We have one Tim Marshall for $50. We have one Holly Lamontagne for $200. She seems great.
Wow, I guess. Amazing.
She's pretty great.
Yeah.
So many people are finally able to make their gift, and we appreciate any amount that you're able to give. It's all going to a great cause, and 100% of your gifts are going directly to the shelter.
And for anybody who did make it on the other QR code before it stopped working, thank you. I don't know if we have that data, but we know, I think it was working at the beginning and then stopped. So if you did donate earlier, we will get that information as well.
Absolutely.
That's great. All right. Well, the telethon is going to keep rolling. We're going to bring in our next guest, Gabe Garfield. Many of you know Gabe Garfield, meteorologist, great storm chaser. And I'm not going to tell you what, I'm not going to take this, Eric, away from you with your announcement and his involvement. So, Eric, I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of introduce Gabe and what we can expect.
Yeah, the famous Gabe Garfield. I'm going to be honest with you. Out of all the storm chasers I've ever been around, Gabe is the most brilliant, not only just on paper with the meteorology, but the instincts. I've probably learned more about storm chasing in general from, I don't know, Gabe, how long have we known each other? 20, 25 years now. Yeah,
It's been a while.
it's been a while. I've learned more from him than anybody else, and that's including formal education. So Gabe Garfield is currently, I believe, are you still, I'll let you announce what company you work for. I forgot, but Gabe is in private sector now, but he is the leading person trying to teach storm chasing out there, in my opinion. And he's got tons and tons of resources out there for new storm chasers, older storm chasers. And this year at the summit, he's going to take that big brain of his and make it difficult with advanced meteorology. So we're going to take it a step up with Gabe. And so I'm really looking forward to it just because I'm sure he's lost more knowledge in that brain of his than I can even comprehend in my brain. So I'm looking forward to going down this, and we're gonna give Gabe a little more time today. Also, Gabe, make sure you plug your learning platform, and that way we can drive people to that platform.
We appreciate that. Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Phil and Holly. This is a wonderful effort that you guys are putting together. I'm so stoked about this. Going for this shelter. I think that's a tremendous way for chasers to give back. You know, chasers, we love tornadoes, but we love people too, and we love to help them out. So I think this is an incredible effort. So thank you guys for putting this together.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Gabe, when you started teaching storm chasing meteorology, what really got you into that? And going from an operational kind of meteorology side to wanting to teach.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, really, it all started for me at the National Weather Service in Norman. Some of you may know that I used to work there for about a decade. It was an incredible experience, kind of at the intersection between research and operations. And during that time, I had occasion to put together a documentary style video on El Reno, the big, 2.5 mile wide, 2.6 mile wide tornado in 2013. And through that experience, I realized that I really enjoyed kind of documenting how things work. And then I got a lot of comments afterwards that, man, you really explained that meteorology really well. And I understood it for the first time. And so that was kind of like my first hint that maybe I could help people to understand these pretty complex meteorological concepts. And so as time went on, left the National Weather Service and then got into the private industry, but I still had this desire to be in the weather world, to be into storm chasing. And so for me, the way in, since I couldn't always be in the plains, because now I live outside of the plains, I can only come like 1 week out of the year. For me, the entrance was through my teaching to express what I know through learning. So I created an online storm chasing course this year. It's called the Tornado Chaser Transformation. And if you're curious about that and you're wanting to go deep into this, it's a 6-hour online course. You can go to gabegarfield.com and check it out there. But really, that was my way of getting back into the storm chasing community and really giving the information that I've gathered over 25 years of storm chasing, which is crazy to think about now. I'm kind of almost an old man, and but yeah, that's really how it started.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as you were part of the El Reno investigation of not only just the, we're not even going to go to the Twistec side, but just the actual tornado itself. And so, that's probably, if you think, in my opinion, you want to talk about a dynamic tornado and advanced meteorology, why things happen. Maybe you want to break that down a little bit, because one thing we're going to have, we're going to have Dr. Snyder, or well, Dr. Snyder was part of it, but we're also going to have Dr. Bodine on. That's with the Rex poll, and maybe talk a little bit about that radar data that not a lot of people know about, that is
Yeah.
in that tornado, right? Because that's advanced meteorology. Maybe break that down a little bit for us.
Yeah, great question. So on May 31st, 2013, the date of the El Reno tornado, Howie Bluestein's OU group went out with a radar called Rax Pole. And they set up shop right along I-40 near El Reno, I think just east of town. And they actually were able to set the radar up almost looking down at ground level. And if you know anything about mobile radars, you know that most of the time the mobile radar, the beam kind of points upward just a little bit, right? And so you're kind of getting the winds right off the deck. But in this particular case, with this amazing tornado, the winds that they were looking at were actually at ground level. And so when that tornado moved east of Highway 81, it was a 2-mile wide monster and then expanded to a 2.6 mile wide tornado about 1 mile east of Highway 81. And that's where it maxed out. And a lot of people don't realize that the 2.6 mile wide tornado width was something that I was involved with, actually. You mentioned Dr. Jeff Snyder. He and I actually examined that radar data together. So before anyone knew about it, we were in the National Weather Service office in Norman, Oklahoma, poring over the data, looking at the ins and outs of the velocity. And I'll just share something that I haven't really shared on any show before, but that tornado, we could have gone 3 miles wide with that. maybe even 3.2.
Wow.
That's how
Wow.
big the EF0 winds went out from that. But we decided to be conservative, right? Because we didn't want to just blow all expectations. We decided to use, I think it was roughly the EF1 contour. That was the 2.6. So that tornado was absolutely massive. It was what I think Dr. Warman, he was there for the summit last year. He called a multiple vortex mesocyclone. So we're not just talking about, a multiple vortex tornado. We're talking about a mesocyclone, a much bigger scale circulation, size of the whole supercell. That's multiple vortex, and the entire thing planted, and it was maybe over 3 miles wide. Now, something was happening at the time that those big winds happened, right? Everybody knows about what happened to Twistex. We don't have to go into that. But when it went east of 81, the rear flank downdraft, which if you don't know about supercell dynamics, the rear flank downdraft is really what causes tornadoes to form in the first place. It is a downdraft that kind of concentrates spin within the storm, and we call it stretches. Just you can think of like an ice skater pulling her arms in, right? When she pulls her arms in as she's spinning, she starts to spin faster, and that's what the rear flank downdraft did in this case. And then when it hit the ground, it started to contract that tornado, and we had what was called vortex breakdown. And that vortex breakdown just means that you go from kind of a smaller scale tornado to an even larger tornado. And that's when it really expanded to that 3 mile wide, 2.6 mile wide tornado. And then when that downdraft hit the ground, it caused multiple vortices to form right there east of Highway 81. And those vortices were spinning in some cases as fast as 300 miles per hour and maybe even up to 350 miles per hour. And then they were rotating around the common center at almost 200 miles per hour. So it was just a freak storm. I don't know when we'll see another one like that, but Erica, you were there. You saw that.
Yeah.
You saw that. I guess you were probably on 81, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with me. There, I don't normally chase with younger people, but there was a young person with me, and so it goes back into the safety, right? You got to take the totality of everything of risk versus reward, and so I ended up going to the south side. Something, and this is my science brain's always like the acoustics on that storm before the first tornado even happened. The acoustics, the thunder, the look, I've never seen anything before or after that, right? You could feel it. It was just a different thing, and it scared the crap out of me. So I'm like, I'm going to give this a very wide distance, just from experience. And so I actually ended up south of the storm, went way around, and come up Highway 81 as it was crossing. And one thing about that tornado, to the south side, the inflow winds, not even on the south side inflow jet, but even on the south side, were well over 60 miles an hour. I mean, it was. I had trash cans a mile away from the tornado being blown, and it wasn't RFD, it wasn't inflow, but just it was like it changed the environment around almost the entire 20-30 mile radius. It was just insane, the look and feel of that tornado. But the look as it crossed Highway 81, it just looked like a giant mesocyclone on the ground. And it's hard to put what you see into words sometimes, and I still don't have the exact words for that tornado. And then you could see the like you talk about the meso, and then you have the parent tornado, but you just having these velocities ripping around the tornado, and it just looking at it meteorologically, I don't know if we'll ever see that again in our lifetime, in just my opinion on that, Gabe.
Yeah, I think it was just a freak storm on so many levels. We talked about the wind speeds. That's obvious. The strongest wind speeds in history up to that point. Obviously, Greenfield, Iowa, is a challenger now. But then you also look at the size. The Hallam tornado in Nebraska in 2004, which actually, by the way, put a video, synopsis of how I chased that day in 2004. Saw that tornado as well. That was the previous record holder. That was 2.5 miles wide. And I thought that would never be eclipsed again. And then El Reno comes, and it's just, how is this possible? But then you add on top of that, I think the thing for me, and the thing that made El Reno so unique, is that the tornado also changed directions over 360 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
And that was what made it so dangerous, right? So it wasn't moving east or east-northeast like we would normally see that time of year. It was moving east, and then it moved south, then it moved east even faster. And in fact, at one point near Highway 81, the forward speed of the tornado was 60 miles per hour. We're talking about the entire tornado was moving 60 miles per hour forward speed as it was being slungshot around the edge of the mesocyclone. Yeah, it's like, good luck, right?
Jeez.
We were trying to get away from this thing. It's like, how do you do it, right? It's huge and it's moving 60 miles per hour straight at you. And so, honestly, it was by far, without a doubt, the most dangerous tornado I've ever chased.
No,
Yeah,
comparing
not
that
only
to
that. No, go ahead,
Oh,
Holly.
go ahead. Oh,
No, go
comparing
ahead.
that to Hallam's environment, like what did you see in the difference in the setup for El Reno versus Hallam that may have made El Reno so similar to Hallam, but in so many ways so much different?
Yeah, I think some of these freakazoid type of storms, they have a lot of what we like to call low level shear. Okay, so that time of year, okay, say late May, Hallam happened on May 22nd, El Reno happened on May 31st. That time of year, you typically see the shear come down a little bit, right? It's kind of later in the season, the jet stream cools down a little bit, and you have lighter winds. You kind of make up for that in terms of the instability. So you get these big, what we call CAPE type of soundings. You get, 5,000, 6,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, to put it in technical terms. That's not unusual. What is unusual is getting these very, very vicious hodographs in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. So what I mean by hodograph is just a profile of the wind shear in the storm. And if you look down at the lowest half mile to 1 mile above the surface, those winds go from very light, say 10, 15 miles per hour, to right off the surface being 50 or even 60 miles per hour. And that's what we saw in both Hallam and El Reno. We had unusually strong low level winds oriented in such a way that they could take advantage of that massive cape. And it was just, all bets were off. When you see an environment like that, huge instability, huge low level shear, you can see things you've never seen before.
So, this year, Gabe, we had kind of an unusual year where we had our first EF5 in several years. And do you want to speak to why you think that may happen? Is it a damage indicator issue? Is it a atmospheric issue? I mean, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so I think in this case, that particular tornado was rated properly because of new research that has shown that the type of flight that particular, okay, to kind of back up, the reason that was rated EF5 was because, if I remember correctly, there was a rail car that was tossed, right, a certain distance. And rail cars, I don't know how much this one weighed, but it weighed a lot. And to be able to toss that rail car that far, you'd have to have a certain kind of wind. And studies have shown that for an object, say, of a car size or larger, to be tossed more than 100 yards right around, that takes winds greater than 200 miles per hour. And when you look at the EF scale, the EF scale says the difference between an EF4 and an EF5 is between 200 and 201, right? 201 miles per hour is where you get the EF5. So when you can see an object like a rail car being tossed, 150 yards or whatever it is, you're saying, okay, yeah, that almost certainly was an EF5 by our current system. Now, there's some argument that maybe 201 miles per hour is too low a threshold. You look at the original EF scale or the original F scale developed by Dr. Ted Fujita, right? That had the EF4, EF5 threshold right at 260 miles per hour. Do you remember that? So 260 to 261. And actually, the latest research has shown that Fujita was pretty close. And in fact, we may be now with the enhanced Fujita scale, ironically, underrating tornadoes. So it's very likely that the real maximums are actually closer to what Fujita had actually estimated. So he was way ahead of his time, it turns out.
So we've got a one of our folks in the chat has a question for you, Gabe, regarding El Reno. Wanted to know if El Reno had any nudgers. Maybe talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, that's a great question. So just to kind of familiarize folks with the concept of nudgers. So Cameron Nixon has developed this theory about how major tornadoes form. And it has to do with this idea of so-called nudger. So what that means in actuality is that you have a rotating thunderstorm, right? Supercell. And then behind that supercell, you get another storm that forms, maybe a 20 or 25 dBz, a small shower thunderstorm come in, and it hits the thunderstorm maybe from the west or from the southwest, and that nudges the thunderstorm the big supercell into becoming this major league, strong and violent tornado producing system. And the question is, did El Reno have an edger? And to my mind, and I don't remember all the details on that, but I'm pretty sure it did, because I don't know how many of you recall that event in general, but it wasn't just the El Reno tornado. It was the El Reno tornado plus a bunch of historic flooding in central Oklahoma. There were lots and lots of thunderstorms in that area. And so there were a lot of thunderstorms forming right along this stationary boundary on which the El Reno tornado formed, right? So I believe there was indeed, and I think it could have had a very important impact into producing that tornado. In fact, arguably, you might not have too many major tornadoes that form without one.
To be honest with you, Gabe, if I remember right, you remember the first tornado report was in Calumet, which was just to the west of the initial supercell was just to the northwest of the next supercell down that line that ended up being El Reno tornado. So to go back on that, playing that back in my head, I do remember that nudger situation probably did play a part, just because of that initial tornado was not the first that was the first supercell. The second supercell that really got going just to the south was the Reno tornado. So yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, and what's wild too, in addition to that one, is you look at the May 3rd, 1999 tornado, right? The big one. There were a lot of them, right? 60 plus, but the one that we always think about, the Bridge Creek tornado, right? I went and looked at that radar data a few months ago to just kind of check on that, because I'm interested in what Cameron has to say about all this stuff. And I said, well, can I find a proof case that, okay, Cameron, you're off. There was no nudger in that case. I don't remember a nudger. And so I went and looked, and sure enough, right around Amber, Oklahoma, which is right just northeast of Chickasha, if you know Oklahoma, just southwest of Oklahoma City, there's a little 25, 30 dBz shower that goes into storm A, the big storm of the day. And, right after that, you have the F5. So I don't know. Correlation versus causation, I don't know. You look at some of Kyle Gillette's work. He's apparently, I don't know if you know Kyle Gillette, he does the Sounder Pi stuff. And Kyle has just released some information on some of his master's work, which shows that some simulations that he's done with this nudger theory are showing, in fact, that, hey, it has some bones, it has some meat on the bones. There's real indication within these simulations that the thunderstorms forming to the southwest or west of the supercell are promoting stronger tornadoes.
So I want to ask a question that probably a lot of our viewers are wanting to know, Gabe, because I'm sure we got a lot of chasers, we got a lot of weather enthusiasts watching right now. Mr. Advanced Meteorology, what are the things that you're looking at? And how soon in advance are you starting to look at the severe season and getting a feel for where it might be going? Obviously, you're not going to get specifics far out, but you can maybe get a feel. What are you looking for, and when are you looking for it?
That's a great question. So there's a hint of maybe a seasonal forecast in that question. And to be honest with you, I don't do a lot of seasonal forecasting at this time. But one of the things I look for is, the drought conditions, right? So one of the biggest, I guess you could call it, forcings for severe weather in the plains is this feature called the elevated mixed layer. It's a lot of words, but basically means that it's this blob of air that forms just east of the Rockies, right? And it gets detached from the surface and it moves over the plains. And in that blob of air, there's a very stark difference in temperature. And that blob of air becomes stronger, the difference in temperature becomes stronger the drier it is out to the west. So something I look for is, what are the drought conditions? If we have a drought, maybe we'll have a stronger elevated mixed layer, and that would contribute potentially to more instability. Now, you can go too far to the other direction. You look at 2011, we had a strong, what we call elevated mixed layer, but what was the case? It was just so strong that it capped off the weather. So what that means is that it suppressed the development of storms. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. So that's something that I might look for. And then when you're talking about, okay, for real forecasting, right? If you think an event might be happening, I usually look at what's called the ensembles. So this would be like the GFS ensemble or the Euro ensemble. And what an ensemble is it's a model, it's a projection, it's a forecast made by computers into the future. And instead of just one model looking at the future, it's multiple models. And the idea is basically, if you have more models, you have a better idea of what's possible. Because if you only have one model, that's one idea, but you can have a small detail that causes things to go awry way into the future. Because the further you go into the future, the less predictable it gets. That's chaos theory. The butterfly flapping its wings causing a hurricane in some other location, right? So that's what I'd be looking at. I'd be looking for where a potential trough of low pressure might form. So we talk about a trough. It just kind of looks like a shape of a U on a 500 millibar chart. A 500 millibar chart is at the jet stream level, and we look for that U out in the western United States. And I'd say, are we seeing that kind of pattern developing where we have the trough of low pressure in the western United States and the ridge of high pressure, which is kind of the opposite shape on the East Coast? And if we see something like that, then I start to zero in, because especially if it's springtime, you can expect that the Gulf is going to be open for business, and you're going to be able to transport some of that moisture to the north. And if you can do that with that trough coming in, you might be able to have just enough shear and enough instability to form tornadoes. So that's what I'm looking for.
Oh, can't hear Phil. Phil can't hear
Sorry.
you.
Yep. Sorry. Had to cough and hit the cough button, didn't turn it back on. But Gabe, we got another question from our chat. Rosini, MI, maybe in Michigan. Holly, little fellow Michiganer, says it sounds like the original tornado scale should be reinstated, but maybe more importantly, a new tornado scale. What have you heard about the rumblings of a new tornado scale?
Yeah, that's a great point and a great question. So I've heard that a new scale is coming, which is fantastic. And I think what they're going to try to do is expand the damage indicators. So with the EF scale, what's really important with the current system that we use is that we have standards, and that we try to, as best as we can, rate everything in the same way all across the country. Different people looking at different damage come to the same conclusions about the kind of damage that they're looking at. And it turns out that takes a lot of work to develop those kind of standards, which is why it took a while for the EF scale to show up. Now, the EF scale has been shown to have some issues, particularly with the wind speed calibration that we've talked about. And I think there's a desire to improve that. And I think there's also a desire to add other damage indicators. So an example would be adding something like what we saw, I guess it was Enderlin, right? The EF5 that happened, was it June 20th? Is that the day?
Yep.
So you're going to have to correct me on that, Eric. You were out chasing that day.
Yep, I was there.
So you were there, Spiritwood as well. And so I think there's going to be some additions there. Foliage, that's a really important thing, like talking about maybe trees and grass and all these different things that you can try to hone in on what the actual true intensity of the tornado is. And if you can do that, especially with the foliage and the trees and that sort of thing, that's pretty robust, right? Because, it's often the case that the biggest, baddest tornadoes happen out in the middle of nowhere. And that's actually a great thing. We as chasers love that. But if they don't hit anything, they tend to be underrated. So if you add some other ways of indicating the damage, then it's potentially the case that a lot of tornadoes could be, maybe even in post upward uprated. And you think about radar too. That's a possibility. Some of these tornadoes, like El Reno, originally EF5 and then downgraded to EF3, it could potentially be upgraded to EF5 again. We'll see.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gabe, we appreciate you certainly giving us your time today and kind of giving us a little precursor maybe to the advanced meteorology class at the summit in February. But can you let folks know where they can also find more of your information and coaching?
I appreciate it, Bill. Thank you. If you go to YouTube, I'm there at WXGabe. And that's Weather Gabe, and that's where I'll be posting a lot of videos, 101 type of videos, some chase stories, lots of good stuff there for free. And if you're interested in going a little deeper, and if you're interested in an online course for storm chasing, I have that at gabegarfield.com.
That's great. Well, again, Gabe, thanks for your time. Look forward to seeing you in February.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Gabe.
Yeah.
All right.
Gabe.
Well, folks, we're gonna take another quick little break, but we've got coming up more guests: Matt Capucci, Jordan Hall, Sierra Lindsay, Jim Tang, Edgar O'Neill, Brandon Kopic, more and more and more. So they're coming. They're coming. So stay with us. Donation code in the upper right-hand corner, and in the upper right-hand corner. Sorry, you get backwards here, Holly. Which way you're pointing? But we'll be right back.
We'll be right back too. It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
As soon as I get off my tractor and get in the truck, we get the alert, and I call April, my wife. So where are y'all? Where's the Mexican restaurant? Why? I said, get out of there and get out of there now. Where are you? And I said, I'm on the way. Well, they tell me the Mexican restaurant's gone, and is Mom alive? I said, yeah, she's alive, but the whole time I'm trying to call her. It's not going to voicemail. It's just not ringing. The towers are down. And so that alarms me. And I have a son that's behind me in another truck, and I know we're headed right into the storm. I sent my son north. I said, you go north until I tell you come south. And I'm screaming down this thing. I can see this beast in front of me. And I'm going 114 miles an hour in rain and wind, and it's just lightning, blinding you. The truck's shaking. I finally make it to Rolling Fork. After I run out of gas, have to get picked up and get in another vehicle. And we get into Rolling Fork. You recognize nothing. The chasers that were there, y'all didn't know Rolling Fork. I grew up there. I've been there since 1985. I couldn't recognize anything. It's chaos. It's in the dark, still raining, power lines down, gas mains going off and leaking, water lines leaking, cars everywhere. It's like, I mean, you're in a war zone. I can't find the Mexican restaurant. Now, Rolling Fork's a small town, y'all. I got to remember that. I've been there my whole life. I'm 54 years old. I can't find it. I don't know where anything is because it's gone. If there is a app that I can listen to Storm Chasers on during a live storm, that's who I want to listen to. I want the information before it happens, and you guys bring it. And thank you.
Santa just got run over by a reindeer.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
All right, so we go from Rolling Fork to Reed Timmer's version of Santa got run over by a reindeer now, I guess, instead of Grandma.
The exact amount of quality I wanted from that musical performance.
that is classic. That is absolutely classic. So, again, welcome back to the telethon. Here with the National Storm Chaser Summit, and the goal and the initiative, everybody, is to build these storm shelters for communities, and first on the list is for Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Holly, can you give us a little update where we're at with our donations, and anybody else here that we need to give a shout out to?
Yeah.
MJ said he can do a drum roll for the total.
Yes.
So MJ, give us a drum roll.
Our current total is we're at $2,130 so far.
That's awesome.
So thank you
Awesome.
to everybody who has given. We appreciate you, and know that your money is going to an excellent cause. And for those of you who still have time, have not made your gift, you have plenty of time to do so. We'll be here all day.
That's awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Confetti.
Yeah, thanks everybody that have already made donations. Your donation, we're scrolling them across the bottom of the screen as well, just as kind of just a little thank you for that. We are going to we now are going to go to Matt Capucci. So we had the joy, Edgar O'Neill, who's a big help for us getting all this telethon set up. He actually did a pre-recorded interview with meteorologist Matthew Capucci, also storm chaser. And MJ, let's go ahead and roll that now.
For like people that don't know you, like what's kind of like your origin story to like, you know, getting into weather?
My villain origin story.
Yeah, your villain origin story.
I became a villain in 2023. No, I'm trying to think. My weather origin story. See, for me, I've always loved it. I remember being like 2 years old and seeing the anemometer spinning on the neighbor's roof. And I was just fascinated watching this wind meter whip around and wondering what was doing it. When I was 5, I watched a documentary on tornadoes, and I had this little book, a wind book, and it was like 20 pages, and it showed pictures of different types of wind. And there's a page on waterspouts. And this cartoon animation showed the waterspout lifting fish into the air. And obviously we know that rarely happens, but it was cool to see. And I just became obsessed with tornadoes and waterspouts. By 7, I had a video camera that I bought with my first communion money to storm chase in the neighborhood. And granted, I grew up in Massachusetts. There aren't many storms to chase on Cape Cod. And it's been like that ever since. When I was 9, I was doing the weather on the PA announcements at my elementary school. And there was never really a doubt in my mind that I wanted to be a meteorologist. But for me, it was always about conveying that love of the science to the general public and wanting to do it on TV. But the media landscape has shifted so much that fewer people are watching TV. It's just not what it used to be. Whereas, you know, just like you, I realize the power of streaming and of reaching people via social media. And it's cool because the job I have nowadays didn't exist even when I graduated 6 years ago. You know, Andy at My Radar messaged me and said, hey, come work for us. You can design your own job, design your own schedule, design your own salary, design your own everything. I said, can I storm chase? He said, hell yeah, make that part of the job description. Which is crazy. No one gets to like write their own contract and job description and salary and all that stuff. It was such a cool, amazing opportunity. And there are days I miss local TV, but you know, if I had the choice between standing in front of a green screen, yammering about sunshine and doing the 7-day forecast, or getting to really substantially engage with weather and be nerdy on camera and explain the science in the morning, and then in the afternoon go out and chase, there's no better job in the world than that.
No, you're right. I mean, like getting to make your own schedule, amazing. Getting to decide what you do. Yeah. And you talked about like, you know, you get to experience that weather. Do you also, I mean, I noticed because I watch your content, like there's also the cool aspect that you get to interact with the people that are involved in these situations. Like tell me about like your love about that and like, you know, like how important that is to you.
Yeah. I mean, I absolutely relish just being out there and meeting the people because, I mean, much like you, I fall in love with the center of the United States. I really have. The media oftentimes overlooks the plains, the Midwest, the upper Midwest. Like it's the media is very coast centric. Growing up in Massachusetts, everybody I ever knew was on the coast. Everybody with whom I interacted was on the coast. You know, no one from Massachusetts is taking a vacation to Lake of the Ozarks or to Texarkana, Arkansas. No one's driving from the East Coast to California and experiencing what is really in flyover land. And the fact that the coasts even call it flyover territory,
yeah,
to me, it's just insulting.
Yeah.
I mean, it even almost underscores the political situation of this country and that people in the coasts have fundamentally no idea what goes on in the central 2/3 of the United States. And I think because of that, that's part of the reason why the nation is so divided. No one ventures outside their own bubble. But for me, I relish the opportunity to go to these local communities, to meet people and just be a part of it. The best part of storm chasing for me isn't the storm. It's the adventure along the way. You know, it's driving through Palo Duro Canyon, or it's watching the sunset in Hockley County, Texas, or how when you're up by Pampa and it rains, all the frogs will hop over the roadways and I'll scoot them off the road, or those weird rock formations near Woodward, Oklahoma, or Hector y Amigos, or Abel Lardos when you're up in Omaha, Nebraska, or you stop at Spielbounds and you play some board games with your friends waiting for convective initiation, or when you're in central Kansas, and you get to go over that one big hill near Tescott and Bennington, and the view from near the wind farm there is amazing. Like all these little things that nobody in the East Coast or West Coast really understands until you're out there. And the best part of these areas are the people. You know, I'm from the East Coast where a lot of people have office jobs. You will never meet a harder worker than the people in Kansas who get up at the crack of dawn and work all day long, blue collar jobs, and go to sleep, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night and do it again the next day. These people are the backbone of the country. And I wish more folks in the East Coast and West Coast got out of their whole little city bubble and would drive out there and see what America's about, because I mean, it'd be great for lessening the divide in the country, but also, how can you not fall in love with these areas? I certainly have.
Yeah, for sure. I was born and raised on the East Coast as well. And so
whereabouts?
Jacksonville, Florida. So,
very cool.
So
you're the original Florida man.
Yeah, I am. It makes a lot of sense when you think about it. But yeah, like I really like, it's like my friends back home when I try to tell them about, the central US, because I've lived here now for over 13 years. Like they're what they think is going on here is not what's really going on here. I'm like, no, it's cool. Like you said, all the farms, like all the food that you eat, all that kind of stuff. This is where it comes from. I mean, like you can drive, like when we're out chasing, we drive for hours and see nothing but, cattle farms and like wheat fields. I mean, cornfields. Like it's literally definitely a different culture, but you're right. It is the backbone of America over here.
And I'd say too, one thing that really struck me, people on the East Coast have sort of a misconception or like a preconceived notion about what people in the central US are like. If I break down on the East Coast, no one's stopping to help me. If I break down in Oklahoma, within like 20 minutes, every car within a 5-mile radius, I swear, is like slowing down next to me, being like, "Hey, you okay? You need some help?" I love that. Like even the bigger cities like Oklahoma City have a very small town vibe. It's one of my favorite things. Wait, is that a hook echo tattoo?
Yes, this is so
that is so cool.
This is the Alta Vista tornado from 2024.
I see. I was going to guess because it.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's upside down. But yeah, like so
I knew it was either
being inside of a tornado. That was my first time with Reed.
Jeez.
We were in a Jeep Wrangler, and he was outside the vehicle. He got
of course he was.
He got so what's crazy is the way the RFD came around and the way the Jeep was aligned. The wind was hitting his door, and he was trying to get in the car in the tornado, and it wouldn't open. And I had to get on my back and like donkey kick with my feet the door open. It was like, that was my first chase with Reed Timmer too. That was my welcome to chasing with Reed moment right then.
I had one experience, I think it was in 2020, May of 2020, when Bowie, Texas got hit by an EF1 in the middle of a larger straight line wind event. And I wound up just kind of waiting out the straight line winds in that Bow Echo, 80, 90 miles an hour. But where I was, we also got that quick QLCS EF1 spin up. And it was so cool because where I was, the sirens went dead. The sound got quiet. The rain stopped for a moment, and then sticks and branches started coming down from the sky and hitting my vehicle. And I was like, something had to have lofted those. And then at the last minute, this fog bank rolled in. And I was like, this is so weird, like such sudden condensation. And then in retrospect, I realized that was the funnels, low pressure condensing the moisture in the air. And then the winds hit. And I mean, 50, 60, 70, up to about 100 miles an hour all of a sudden. And it felt like I was driving insanely fast because of the wind, but really I was crawling at like 3 miles an hour and I could barely see. Parked the vehicle and I was trying to get out so I could sort of crouch down outside. And much like you, I couldn't open the car door. And so I hopped in the center console and I like donkey kicked the thing out and got out, slipped outside, and I had the video camera going the whole time. And I was like, well, gang, we're in the tornado. It was cool. And seeing, obviously we don't recommend folks try that at home, but to experience the power firsthand of an EF1 and to think, an EF3, EF4 is an order of magnitude, if not more, stronger. It was pretty compelling.
Yeah, it's insane. Like you said, like noticing all those like subtle changes, like the pressure drop, and also I love that you talked about the like that weird perspective inside a car. You're not moving, but the wind's coming at you so fast, you feel like you're traveling at like light speed or something because when the wind's coming straight into the windshield. Me and Reed on the Robert Lee tornado, we got stuck inside that one in a truck. And it like literally did a loop-de-loop over us. And that was just one of the most crazy experiences, just being like, looking out and just looking like all hell was coming down. And I was like, what are we doing? But I mean, like I said, don't suggest other people to do that. But if you happen to find yourself in that situation, it's definitely crazy.
Do you ever have moments in your career? Because I do once in a while. Obviously, I love what I do. I know you do too. But do you ever have moments in your career when like you're in the thick of things, you're hungry, you're like soaked in rain and sweat, and it's been like a hell of a day, and you got leaves and sticks and branches in your hair, and you're looking for the nearest gas station, it's like 120 miles away, and you're like, where the hell am I? How the hell did I get to this point? Like, why did I not become an actuary or whatever else?
For sure, especially when I'm chasing solo, because like once I'm on the storm, like I'm not paying attention to where I'm at GPS wise.
Yeah.
My eyes are on the storm and I'm just following it. I may glance down to see what routes I have, but then it's funny because you'll and time flies when you're doing that. Like 4 hours will go by and you're like, dang, I'm like 200 miles away from where I started, and I have no idea. I'm in the middle of like North Dakota with like. I've gotten myself in so many sketchy situations with gas like that too, because you're like, oh, wow, now there's not a gas station within like 3 hours.
Oh, yeah. Been there, done that many times.
All right. Great interview with Matt Capucci and Edgar O'Neill. Thanks again, Edgar, for that. We are going to take a quick break, but the guests keep coming. We got Dr. David Bodine in the green room. He's next. Jordan Hall, Sierra Lindsay, Jim Tang. They're all coming right back. Stay tuned.
We'll be right back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
On the morning after the March 2023 tornado, Rolling Fork, Mississippi awoke to a silence that felt heavier than the storm itself. Homes that once held generations of family memories were reduced to fragments. Streets that had been the heartbeat of this community were left unrecognizable. And yet, even in the middle of this devastation, there was resilience. Storm chasers, first responders, neighbors, and total strangers came together in the hours after the tornado to search, to help, and to hold one another up. Rolling Fork has strength, but it also has needs. And today, we, this entire weather community, have the chance to stand with them once again. Your donation goes directly toward building a community storm shelter for the people of Rolling Fork. A safe place. A place of protection. A place that can prevent this kind of heartbreak from ever happening again. Together we can turn tragedy into action, and action into hope. Please give if you're able, and help us build safety and a future right here in Rolling Fork.
Hey guys, it's Alina Cooper here, and I just wanted to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a happy holiday season.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the telethon. Again, we're putting this all on. All these guests are giving us their time and talents today for the cause, and the cause is the National Storm Chaser Summit's initiative to build these community storm shelters. And as discussed, the first on the list is Rolling Fork, Mississippi. So all of your donations today are going to that. But before we bring in our next guest, Holly, give us an update. Where are we at?
Yeah, so we've had 2 more big donations coming in. Kim Shipley for $50 and Brad Nicholson for $500. So we are getting some amazing gifts coming in. We appreciate all of you, and no matter what level you're giving at, it is what is appreciated, and know that every dollar of it is going to an excellent cause.
That's great, and you can find the link is in that QR code in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. So just go to that. That'll take you to the National Storm Chaser Summit giving page to be able to donate. We'll keep an eye on that. So thank you all for doing that. The last thing I'm going to throw out there on behalf of the Stormfront Freaks is anybody that today, actually I'm going to say this, the first 10 people, and we've already had some that donate $300 or more, we are going to we'll hook up with you and send you one of our little Bluetooth speakers, so you can play all your great holiday, Christmas, Hanukkah music on this Bluetooth speaker. So we'll send these out as a little thank you as well to everybody that donates 300 or more. So thank you for all that. Yeah, and thanks for all that have already done that. So thank you. So let's go ahead and bring in our next guest, Dr. David Bodine, professor at the University of Oklahoma. Dr. Bodine, thank you for joining us at the telethon.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's a great cause and really excited to be here.
So but before we get into things, I know Eric's got some questions for you as well, and we only got about 10 minutes, but I do want to know, and this is what I think everybody wants to know a little bit more about, because we have a lot of chasers watching right now, but just a lot of weather enthusiasts, to just find out a little bit more about the RAXPOL program and the radar, and where that came from, and what the initiative and the goal is of that.
Yeah, so the RAXPOL predated my time at the University of Oklahoma. It was a project that was brought in by Professor Howie Bluestein, who recently retired from OU, and he had the idea to create a radar that can scan really fast and also has dual polarization capability. So phased array is something that's coming down the line, but one of the hardest things to do is combine the dual pol capability that's letting you see what kind of particles are in the air, debris or different, identify rain and hail and separate all those different things. It was not something that was really common in kind of the 2000s or before that. So it was kind of unique at the time to be able to fuse this fast scanning radar with the dual pol technology and be able to take that up, put it on a mobile facility that we can take anywhere in the field. And we've been running it now for about 15 years. I don't know how many tornadoes scanned with RAXPOL. It's got to be at least somewhere in the 50 to 100 range over the span of 15 years. That might be.
How often are you sending? How often is that going out?
We go out as much as we can. So we're usually trying to go out about 10 to 20 times a year. So we're usually based in Norman. We take the radar and we look at the forecast. We're getting an idea within about a 300 to 400 mile radius. Is there severe weather likely? Primarily targeting tornadoes, but sometimes if there's a big hail event or severe wind event, we'll go out for that too. But we'll go out into Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas. If it's a really slow year, we'll wander up into Colorado and the northern plains as well. But usually something that we can go out and back because we've got students who are taking classes. And anytime we can.
Don't go ahead.
Anytime we can do a big field campaign, we try and do that too. So we've hopped on to projects like Perils and most recently the LIFT field campaign in partnership with the National Severe Storms Lab and Texas Tech to try and collect high quality radar observations.
And you're making that data available publicly, right?
Yes.
So just quick, because I know, again, there's a lot of people that would like to track that live, and while you're doing it, where can they track that?
So you can go to our website. It's radarhub.arc.ou.edu. It's something I can put in the chat here in a little bit too. If you just search RAXPOL data, I bet you'll come up with it in the first 2 or 3 searches. But you can see the live RAXPOL data. You can also go back to a particular event. So for example, if you wanted to go look at the data we collected during the Arnett tornado this year, or Morton, Texas, those data are available on our archive and you can go view it. The viewer is really nice. You can zoom in and out. You can look at different products like reflectivity, velocity. If you're really interested in the details of the radars, you can look at the dual polarization variables like the correlation coefficient to see debris. A lot of really interesting products. You look at different altitude, different levels that the radar is scanning at. So it's pretty nice that pretty nice feature. I like using it just to kind of browse the data we've gotten because I can make custom plots, but it's just such a quick way to look through the data. It's a very handy tool.
That's great. One last question on that. Is there a way that you post where you're targeting on a given day so that kind of people know where that data potentially will be coming from?
We don't typically post where we're going. It's usually kind of a fluid decision.
Yeah.
So we're kind of constantly refining that to optimize. If we think our initial targets Wichita, Kansas, and it ends up looking like, okay, well, the dry line's not mixing very far. We might end up going way west. There's a lot of fluidity to that.
What about is just if you're going to be out, like if people could expect to see something on the site?
I don't think it's something we're currently doing, but it's
okay.
Something we could do on our social media. That's a good idea. That it might not be a bad idea for us to get that word out that we're out there collecting data. The one thing we've thought about trying to make the data available, like to the Weather Service, for example. But with a mobile radar, we get there, set up to scan. By the time we get scanning, we're collecting data for 10, 15 minutes. Oftentimes, the storm tornado is already kind of passing by, and we've got to get to our new route, or to our new location. So sometimes we aren't collecting data for that long. So it is a little bit kind of haphazard as far as when the data are being collected. Since the storm's moving, we have to move with it too. We need to figure out how do we make a radar that drives itself and can collect data at the same time. That would extend the duration of our deployments a lot.
There you go. All right, Eric, I'll turn it over to you. I know you got some questions too.
Yeah. So one thing I've learned about you over the last 6 to 8 months since we've really been talking is your passion for students and really trying to drive that home of how to get into meteorology school and then once you're in meteorology school, maintaining your level of wanting to go to grad school, right? So I mean, do you want to talk about that a little bit and just talk about the steps you need to take?
Yeah. So for students who are thinking about going into meteorology, like an undergraduate program, any preparation you can do on kind of the math and science side is really valuable. Having those pretty strong math and science skills, it's the course curriculums are pretty heavily weighted towards using math and physics to explain what's going on in the atmosphere, and then connecting that to how you do forecasting and conceptually what a trough and a ridge mean, but tying all that back to theory and observations. So the more math and physics that you can take, like in high school or junior college, the better off you are coming into a meteorology program. And I also want to say, a lot of students come in and they realize, whoa, the math's really tough, and maybe they haven't had a lot of experience with math, but it's something that you can get better at. A lot of people don't have the opportunity to take, advanced calculus in high school, and that's okay. Take advantage of all the opportunities for tutoring and other things in your first year or two, and you can become really good at math and physics too.
What about grad school? What about grad school? Once you're, say, getting ready to graduate or maybe in their junior year, what's the best thing for students to do?
So preparing for grad school, getting any kind of research experience, especially graduate school in meteorology, if you have really strong, if you have some research experience, faculty who are looking at applications will see that and kind of know you've got some of the skills already to succeed in graduate school. Because if you've done well in your classes, they know you're probably going to do well in the graduate classes. So, doing well in your classes, that's of course important too. But that research experience can be the thing that differentiates you from other candidates who are applying. So looking for different internships, they have the research experience for undergraduates program that's at many different universities across the country. We have one at the National Weather Center that's been going on for several decades. Also lots of other internships that are really impactful.
So and appreciate you giving us the time today, Dr. Bonine. Before you go, I guess tell people what's the best way, like if they're really interested in getting involved in meteorology, working on a degree at University of Oklahoma, where's the first place that you would want to direct them personally since you're professor there?
I'm always happy to reach out to or have prospective students reach out to me. So if they're interested in coming to the department, they're more than welcome. My email is just bodine@ou.edu. But contacting the department, setting up a visit to come see the Weather Center and the facilities is a really good place to start. That's even if you're not able to come in person, there's, especially with virtual opportunities now, you can set up a virtual meeting with someone within the department who can tell you about the program and all the opportunities that are there.
That's great. Well, again, thank you for donating your time today, Dr. Bodine, and kind of giving us some good tips and ideas on what's going on and how to get involved. Thank you.
Hey, I got one last thing
Yeah,
before you go.
yeah.
Dr. Bodine is going to teach with Gabe Garfield and Mark Austin this year at the summit, and he's going to concentrate on that radar aspect of things as chasers, right? And so I'm really grateful for you this year coming in and teaching that. And I know a lot of people have been very interested in your topics because of your background. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here. And I'm looking forward to the summit because I think what you're going to bring is going to be very eye-opening to some people.
Yeah, I'm really excited to teach that course and talk about some of the really exciting radar and help everyone learn to interpret radar data better. It's very excited about that.
That's great. Well, thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yeah, thank you all for the opportunity to come on.
All right, so we're going to be moving on. We've got more guests still coming. Jordan Hall, Sierra Lindsay are waiting in the green room, so they're coming up next. Jim Tang, Tornado Pagey, Edgar, Brandon, they're all coming. So stay tuned. More to happen. QR code in the upper right-hand corner to help donate. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back too. It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
Welcome to Oz Safe Rooms, builders of the only single-pour, seamless concrete above-ground tornado safe room, proven to save lives, whether taking a direct hit or in the direct path of an EF5 tornado, making the Oz Safe Room a FEMA mitigation success story. When you choose an Oz Safe Room, our sole priority is to ensure the safety of your family and pets. And we have many different options to choose from. Oz offers many sizes and options to suit different needs, from our smallest 6-person up to our community style or custom safe rooms. Once you've chosen what size and style of Oz safe room you prefer, our team jumps into action to carefully work out every detail. Once the site visit is complete, we draw up the site plan and fill out all the paperwork necessary to inform the city where the structure will be located, so that the needed permits can be acquired. Day one of the build, our team will stake out the corners of the room based on the site plan we used to acquire the city permit. With your approval of the location, we will begin the forming process by first digging the base by hand. Day two, we begin filling the forms with concrete. During the pouring process, the concrete is vibrated, removing air and water pockets, making the concrete stronger, resulting in a strength of around 5,000 psi. The 18-inch thick ceiling of the Oz Safe Room is the thickest in the industry, providing maximum protection from falling debris, including cars and pickup trucks. The walls are 8 inches to 10 inches thick, providing maximum protection from flying debris. On day 3, we complete the safe room. The forms are removed, the structure is inspected, and any imperfections in the structure are ground down to be smooth. The tile floor is then added along with the built-in bench, and the door assembly is installed before a final inspection is completed on your Oz Safe Room. The Oz Safe Room can be textured, painted, bricked, or even given a stone veneer. Roof structures may also be added. As a wife and mom myself living in Oklahoma, the Oz Safe Room was the only choice I felt confident in for the safety of our family. Not only is the Oz easy for our young children to use, but also for our older family members that could have difficulty crawling into a small opening in our garage or using stairs. When I learned about the dangers of other so-called tornado shelters that are really only mild storm shelters, I knew that Oz was the only choice for our home. I hope we don't ever need it, but I have confidence that if we do, we'll be completely safe no matter how severe the tornado may be. Call today. Our team is ready to help.
Hey, what's up, guys? Meteorologist Stormcat 5. Hope all of you are having a wonderful Storm Chaser Summit and Telethon. Merry Christmas from all of us here at the Stormfront Freaks.
Hey everyone, this is meteorologist Dina Knightley from the Stormfront Freaks. I wanted to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I hope it's a great one. I know for me, just to have everybody in my house at the same time is the biggest Christmas gift I could get, and I'm looking forward to it. Hope you have a great New Year as well.
This is Stormcat 5, and I'll see you after Christmas.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
All right, we're ripping it. We're back to the telethon. We're having a great time. We've had some amazing guests already on, but we've still got an entire lineup coming for everybody that's watching. So hope you're enjoying. But I'm going to say this: we have got hundreds of people watching live right now, and we've got some great donations we're going to cover in a second. But I just want to cover the fact that with hundreds of people watching, it would be great if you could just find $20, if nothing else, or more if you've got more, to help donate for this cause and get this weather community to make a massive difference for these communities that need these storm shelters. But Holly, I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of give us an announcement of where we're at and who's been helping out.
Yeah, and to fill your point, every amount that is given moves that needle, and we've been moving the needle quite a bit this afternoon. And if I can get that drum roll again, it'd be amazing. Yay! So our current total is $2,880.
Yeah.
So, yes. Thank you guys. Keep sending those donations in. We appreciate every single dollar that you're giving.
So thanks, Holly, for that, and thanks all of you that are helping out. We appreciate this. This is a weather community coming together for this. So thanks to all of you. Now we're going to bring in some more amazing guests. Chasers Jordan Hall and Sierra Lindsay are going to be joining us. We can bring them in, and I'm going to say this. We've only got about 10 minutes or so with these two. But in that 10 minutes, I'd love to see an extra $120 come in donations to at least get us to that $3,000 mark. So while we're hearing from Jordan and Lindsay, grab your phone, get it on that QR code in the upper right-hand corner, and do what you can. Whatever it is, do what you can, make a donation. But Jordan and Lindsay, so I want to share that these two were chasing the Rolling Fork, Mississippi tornado. And not that we need to dwell on that and cover that in detail, but you guys have chased Dixie Alley quite a bit. And it's kind of own little unique chasing experience and skills and talents and expectations that you need to have if you're going to do that. So welcome to the show and the telethon, Jordan and Lindsay. But yeah, tell us what you both feel are things that you need to know and do if you decide you want to chase Dixie Alley.
You want to start?
Yeah, so there are definitely a lot of differences between Dixie and the Plains, and really Dixie is just a whole nother beast. There's just a lot of things that you have to be ready for, prepared for, and yeah, it's definitely a different experience.
And I think when we start talking about Dixie Alley and the Plains, obviously the Plains consists of like Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas. And we start talking about Dixie Alley, we start getting into Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. And as we transition into that time of the year, especially this winter and going into early spring, we're going to start seeing more of those nighttime tornadoes. And that's when the threat really increases for a lot of the safety and stuff.
Yeah, like for example, I mean, typically when you're chasing in the Plains, you're chasing, you get sunlight. You're chasing normally in the spring, March, April, May, June, some of it if you're in the northern Plains, and you typically have a lot of sunlight. But once you start getting into Dixie Alley season, that's in December, January, February. That's where, a lot of places it's getting dark at like 5 o'clock. So a lot of your chasing ends up being at night, and that comes with a lot of difficulties with, visibility, and not just for the chasers, but for residents living there. A lot of people are inside their homes at night. Sometimes people are sleeping, and a lot of times it makes it more difficult for them to see that a tornado is coming. So it's definitely very different than the Plains in that aspect.
Yeah, nighttime tornado certainly is another chasing subsection, I guess, that you need to be prepared for. But chasing nighttime in Dixie Alley, what are the other challenges that you definitely need to be aware of for that?
I would say, Well, with Dixie comes a lot of trees. Less road options. Obviously, when you're in southern Kansas or even Oklahoma, you have almost a gridded road pattern. You can turn every mile or so. And once you start getting into especially that Mississippi River Delta, you only have a couple of river crossings when you start. Yeah. Only a couple of river crossings. You don't have a lot of roads. And also the threat of trees coming down and just blocking the road and maybe getting you trapped in the path or not being able to keep up with the storm is definitely a factor there.
Yeah. So I'm going to segue a little bit with this question, segue over to Eric, because I know he's going to have some questions for you as well. But, as we're getting ready for the Chaser Summit here in February, what are you guys looking forward to, and what is your involvement going to be?
Well, I know I'm excited to see everybody in one place again. Storm Summit's always a great place to come together, see everybody, get basically, put a face to the name that you see on social media, and all around. I think it's just one of my favorite times of the year, just to kind of get back together. Obviously, if you are involved in the drinking, you guys can have some fun with that, but also just, meeting new people and getting connections.
Yeah, I agree completely. I look forward to it every year, just where all of us can come together and just be our weird, goofy weather selves. It's just awesome. We can just geek out.
That's a good point. Goofy selves.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Sierra, I know you've kind of transitioned a little bit where you're not chasing as much and you're concentrating on school. So, for the young ones coming into school, coming maybe out of high school and into the college scene, how do you balance that chase versus schooling? I mean, how are you doing on that? And as you know, we all want to be out chasing, but how are you doing on that, and what do you recommend for the younger people coming in?
Yeah, I mean, so if you if you start going to college, obviously the number one priority is to do good in your classes. I mean, meteorology program is very tough, so you have to make sure you're always on top of it, or else you're going to fall behind really quickly. But when it comes to balancing, that and chasing, you really just have to find those little moments, those times where it's maybe a local chase or you're on break or something like that. You kind of have to squeeze it in, and obviously nobody ever skips class to chase, but sometimes that the opportunity does happen where you might not.
Did you say of course?
No.
Okay.
I've never done that, but
she would never do that.
But there's also especially University of Oklahoma, there's a lot of research opportunities, like field research opportunities that are open to even, undergrad and even freshmen and sophomores. Same thing. It's a blend, but yeah, I mean, there's a ton of field research opportunities that are open to a lot of people. So you can kind of mix your academics and chasing at the same time. And I just think that's awesome.
So Jordan, you over the last 3-4 years, you've seen your career progressively increase. And one thing I've noticed about you is your technology, right? It seems like every time that we're together in the field or something, I'm like, holy crap, man, that's cool technology. And it's mainly, geared around the streaming and getting that visuals out to the people that need it. What are your thoughts on technology coming up, the differences, say, Starlink versus not Starlink? If you want to talk about it, especially with, the multiple avenues you can stream now.
Yeah, I think technology is huge. And with, technology advancing faster, we can keep up with it. It's always, for me, important to stay up to date and try to get the next best thing. And when you transition the tech and the cameras, obviously the drone stuff, but into streaming and getting that out to people in real time, which people obviously rely on a lot of our streams, Brandon Kopic, Connor Crop, all of us, to see what's happening in real time versus, getting the warning and knowing, hey, there's actually a tornado here. I think it's very important to be up to date on the tech. And Starlink has been a very big help, but I also think ISP Tech, which was at the summit last year, has been a big help also, being able to keep everything connected. So when we are in places like Dixie Alley and there's no cell signal, that we're able to still get something out there. And just staying up to date on the newest tech and knowing how to implement it is another important thing. I think anybody can go out there and buy the most expensive streaming equipment and most expensive cameras. But if you don't know how to use it and put it all together, it's no good. So that's kind of my opinion on that whole thing.
So appreciate you guys taking the time, both of you, Jordan and Sierra. Let's do this before we kind of move on. Let people know where they can follow you, follow your streams. Give them some info.
Yeah, for me, it's going to be Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. Obviously, we're streaming on that YouTube channel today as well. And then Sierra, let them rip.
I mostly just post on my Twitter or X account. That's just Sierra_Lindsay3. That's typically where I post, short clips or pictures of when I'm out chasing. So you find me there.
Cool. Well, appreciate the time. And Jordan, again, we were able to use some of your drone footage from Rolling Fork for some of those break videos that we're showing. So again, thanks for that, for the help with that as well. But I hope you guys have a great weekend and look forward to seeing you in February.
Hope to see you all at Summit.
Yeah, can't wait to see you guys.
Yes. Look forward to it.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Well, we're still rolling, folks. We're not done. We got at least a good hour and a half still of great telethon guests coming up. But again, it's all to support our initiative to really build and create these storm shelters for communities. First off with Rolling Fork. So that QR code for donations in the upper right-hand corner. Appreciate your help. Again, our goal right now, I said in that 10 minutes we were with Jordan and Sierra, is to get to 3,000. So when we come back, we'll kind of see where we're at. But we only needed 120 still to go to get to that point. So if you haven't donated, jump on, help us out to get to that point. And we'll be right back. Jim Tang's waiting in the room. We'll be here soon.
We'll be right back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
Back in 2015, we had a tornado was coming through the neighborhood. My neighbors and my wife, we went into the shelter. And it was raining, the rain coming in sideways, some water was coming into the shelter. And then in the morning, I got up and I went to work, and I told my wife, when you get out there, can you go out there and kind of dry up the shelter, because I think there's some water in there.
So when we opened the door of the shelter, I started crying. I said, this is a dead truck. That's what I told him. It's a dead truck.
We were kind of scared to get in there because I figure, we stay in there, tornado comes through, knock the house down, we in there, hey, we got saved from the tornado, but then we drowned, and that didn't make any sense. I became aware of the Oz Safe Shelter, and basically because of my neighbor, and I've seen some of the commercials on TV, but my neighbor, when I went over there and looked at his, it convinced me that this is what I needed. Well, the process of getting the Oz Shelter was, for me, it was simple. The experience was great. Great guys, very polite. And I told Andrew, I said, the only thing I was disappointed was that when I asked them, hey, you want some lunch? You want something to eat? All of them said no, and I was disappointed.
We okay.
We okay.
Are you sure? Yeah, we okay.
So it was great. It was a great experience.
What really impresses me about the Oz Safe Room is that the boss of the company, Andrew, he's here making sure that his workers are doing the job the right way. And that really impresses us about the company.
Even if we think about the price, the value of your family is worth it all. You can't put a price on the value of your family.
What Oz Safe Rooms did here in Del City, we were able to come into this customer's yard with no heavy equipment. We filled in another underground shelter, which the family said was a death trap. Remember, just because you have a storm shelter doesn't mean you shouldn't buy a proven tornado-proof safe room. We have an 18-inch thick ceiling, 8-inch thick walls with a 10-inch thick floor. Remember, whatever you put together in pieces will come apart in pieces. We built this unit from scratch. We hand dug it, we removed the dirt, we formed it, we pumped the concrete from the street and dismantled the forms. What we try to do is make it look like we were never here. Please come down and visit the experts at Oz Safe Rooms. We are located at 3216 Southeast 30th Street in Del City. If you get a chance, look up our website at ozsaferooms.com and check out our Facebook page. Please, don't make the same mistake other families are making. Come down and see the experts at Oz Safe Rooms.
He played that drum for me, rum pum 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 pum, rum pum pum pum, playing that drum. Playing the drum, rum pum pum pum.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
So I'm thinking for everybody that donates today, we're going to put together a Reed Timmer Christmas album to include some of those wonderful classic Christmas tunes as only can be sung by Reed Timmer.
Listen, if the meteorology thing doesn't work out for him, he's got a great career ahead of him in music.
Oh, Reed, thanks for that. That's good stuff. So let's before we get to our next guest, let's get a little update on our donations. Let's get that drum roll, MJ.
Wait,
he's looking for it. There we go.
And we can say that we officially have hit $3,000.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for getting us to that mark there in that time period. Great job, everybody, for being involved and donating. Love the confetti. So again, Holly, just quick remind everybody what we're raising money for.
So we are raising money for the new initiative that the National Storm Chaser Summit has started, where we will be donating and installing storm shelters in tornado-prone, underserved parts of the country. And we are kicking it off with our first shelter to be donated to the city of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, which, as many of you might remember, was hit by a high-end EF4 the night of March 24th, 2023, and they are still in the rebuilding process. So it is imperative that we give them something that they can have a public shelter and stay safe.
And I want to add to this too, because the thing is with Rolling Fork, why do we pick Rolling Fork? Believe it or not, the county and the city is the lowest underprivileged town in the United States. So that section, and especially the Mississippi Delta, they are extremely underprivileged. So our whole goal in this, and it's not just Rolling Fork, we're hoping to move this around, right? This is just the start. So every dollar is going to be used for the shelters, and it's, we're hoping to do as many as possible. So, it's not a cheap endeavor, but it can be done. And so, that's why we chose Rolling Fork. It was just because, it was impacted. It's the lowest income community, and it's the most needed area in the United States, in our opinion.
And many of us were chasing that night and saw what the effects of a high-end nighttime EF4 tornado can do to a small town. And I know many of us were affected by it. So it's the least we can do to help the city.
All right, so we got hundreds of you watching and participating in our telethon today, getting a chance to hear from all these amazing guests that are giving their time to be on here today. So the QR code is in the upper right-hand corner. You can go to that. You can make your donation to the cause right there. But we're going to keep moving. Let's bring in our next guest, MJ. Storm Chaser Jim Tang. Yay! Welcome, my friend, to the telethon. And I know you were kind of a last-minute ad, so we really appreciate you finding the time to join us today. But we're talking about the Storm Chaser Summit. And I remember 2 years ago, we were chit-chatting a little bit, and you were talking about this, some kind of project you were working on, and it was this kind of chase archive update of chases, and you had this idea going, and it was awesome. And now it's really coming to fruition. So kind of let people know what this is. Let's keep getting the word out about it and where we're at.
Yeah, so over the last year, we've rolled out Chase Archive. I presented last year during the summit, and people loved it. And so now we have it's really just a meteorological data repository right now, right? You can see satellite imagery, radar imagery, surface obs, to a level of detail which you really haven't seen before on any website. So we were really careful in like rolling this out for at least the kind of the big events over the past few years, and now we have events with all this data all the way back to 2015. And just a couple of weeks ago, we added soundings over time. So you can now loop through the soundings and you can see how the environment evolved over time. And Trey's been using this data in his videos. So it's been really great.
What do you think? What's the next evolution of this, and where you expect this to go? And again, how can more? We'll cover with that first. I want to ask you two questions at once.
So exactly. So now that we're at this point, we want to kind of pivot a little bit our focus towards the user. So we want to add the capability for chasers to identify which chases they participate in, right? What do they chase? We want to be able to have bookmarks, right? So we want to have chasers be able to save certain cases that were really interesting to them. And we want chasers to be able to rate chases, right? So this is something that Cameron Nixon and I have both talked about online, on Twitter. Like for example, on Amazon, you can rate certain products, 5 stars, right? Did you enjoy like using this? And so kind of similar idea. We want to be able to rate cases to be able to say, 10 years down the line, when looking back at 2025, well, which one of Wellfleet and Gary got most 5-star ratings, right? So we want to have that capability, and that will really tie into the whole science aspect of it, where we can filter cases by, like, let's say more than 4 stars, right? That a lot of chases were on, that a lot of people were chasing, right? And we can see what was the meteorology that led to that kind of outcome. So what we really want is we want a lot of chaser participation in this. And I've been frantically coding this, and we are hoping to unveil this before the summit to actually have all these capabilities for the user rolled out. So we want lots of participation in this, and be able to rate, to be able to rate and bookmark and all these features.
So, and you mentioned going back to
go ahead, Holly. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. You mentioned chases going back to 2015. Are you also getting chases from pre-2015, or are you just starting from there and focusing there?
Yes.
Focusing there for right now.
So for now, we have focused only on 2015 after just because of our data sources, but we are planning to backfill more of that. So right now I have some code ready for to backfill that to 2010. So we're finishing that up, and we're also going to hopefully unveil that over the next month or so.
Amazing.
So Jim, I think the first time I ever met you was at the summit in Oklahoma City. I don't know, 3-4 years ago. I think it was 2022. In your opinion, why should everybody go to the summit, and why do you support it every year? Because I think, honestly, you always stick out to me when you're there, because you're just always having fun with everybody. So,
well, I am having fun. I think that's the primary reason, right? It's like, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's a fun time. It's a great place to meet people. I will say that it's just everyone's there. Everyone who's into weather, who's into chasing, who's into just a ton of stuff, right? There's all kinds of people there. You get to meet a lot of different people. You get to have fun. So that's, like, honestly, that's the primary reason, right? Is to be able to see people and to have fun. It's a great time. And yeah, I encourage everyone who can make it to go.
Yeah, and I can personally attest that you were one of the first people I met at my first summit, and you have been an integral part of my summit experience every single year.
Thank you, and likewise.
Yeah, and he just so you know, Jim, how close you were to winning Chaser of the Year. It was between you and Tim Marshall, and we had to have 3 votes because he kept tying with Tim Marshall. And so, it was that close. We kept having a tie, and we had to keep re-voting. And then I had to go grab somebody to add somebody into the vote just to break it. So that's how close you were that year. So, but yeah, it was it was a good time.
Praise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Amazing,
Really
amazing year you had. So, What would you tell anybody aspiring to come into storm chasing, that younger audience? What would you say to do?
Oh man. I would say, I mean, for me, I'm always going to be about the meteorology, right? So I'm very passionate about forecasting and figuring out what the atmosphere is doing, right? And so I would say, have fun with it. Treat it almost like a puzzle. I feel I say this every time, right? I treat every chase day like a puzzle. And it's one of the greatest feelings is not only do you get to, like, if you see a tornado or if you get to the storm of the day, right? Not only did you solve the puzzle, but your reward is something amazing that very few other people in the world get to experience and get to see, right? We are among a special group of people who are able to actually forecast, and understand the weather in a way where we can pursue it and have something to show for it at the end of the day. And that's something to be proud of. So to younger chasers, like that process, right? Engage in the process. The process of understanding the meteorology and solving the puzzle over let's figure out what the HER says, right? Like that's overtaking shortcuts basically, right? So the process is really important. It's been a long journey for me, as everyone knows. Like I've made a lot of mistakes. Mistakes are inevitable in this hobby. You'll bust, like everyone busts, right? So looking back on it, the whole process was rewarding.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jim, before we go to break, let people know where they can not only find the Chaser archive, but also where they can follow you and your chase journey.
Yeah, so the Chase Archive, just chasearchive.com. There's like a button that'll take you to the web app, and you can see all of 2025's cases. And there's like certain filters for the priority cases. And once we add the ability to log in and all these user actions, you can filter by bookmarks and what you chase as well. I'm most active on Twitter, on WXMan with 2 N's at the end. And I'm also on Instagram, Storm Chaser Tang, and on Facebook, Storm Chaser Tang as well. Less active on those platforms, but I visit from time to time. So yeah.
That's good. Well, again, appreciate you jumping in and taking the time with us today and donating your great tips and information on the archive. That's awesome. So have a great weekend.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're gonna keep rolling on. We're now heading past 3,000 in donations. So thanks to all of you that have been helping to support the storm shelter cause that the National Storm Chaser Summit is doing. Again, the QR code, I got to get this right, in the upper right-hand corner, right up over there. Eric, Holly, whoop, there you go. Okay, Holly, you're off for me, but maybe there you go. All right, so we've got Bryce and Paige kind of waiting in the green room. They're going to be coming back. We've also got Edgar, Brandon, Jeremy, the Project Otis team. They're all coming up, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back too. It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
We could hear like a small crackle. Anyway, the front of the restaurant, the glass was starting to spread, and then I just felt everything blowing in on us. Grabbed April, threw her in front of me and my daughter, and we did make it to the bathroom. As we were in a building that there was a Mexican restaurant and a Subway, and the bathroom was in the middle. And one of the things I just do remember is the toilet breaking and the smell. And when they pulled us out, we were across the restaurant. Everything's still with us, but it, literally pushed the whole building with us, and they pulled us out on the grass. I just remember not a lot of space. I remember, an extreme amount of weight, hearing, 30 more minutes. That drill, because I was starting to pass out towards the end. I was looking at April saying, I can't keep doing this, and she was rubbing my head saying I had to stay awake. Couldn't walk, because not just the injuries, but I think the circulation being cut off for over an hour. Just want to say thank you, because it's, an adrenaline rush, but y'all saved us. It's not just about the chase, it's after the storm. Since the tornado, we've had a few warnings, or, the Torcon thread is going to be this. I don't go to my apps anymore. I follow the storm chasers now.
Hey y'all, I'm meteorologist John Bankhoff here with Weatherfront. Just want to take a moment to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. It's one of my favorite times of the year, putting up outdoor decorations, baking cookies, decorating cookies, getting together with family, ideally being able to enjoy a snowstorm or two. It's just the best time of year. So on behalf of myself and Dylan Steinkruger, co-founders of Weatherfront, wish you all the best and a very Merry Christmas.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
All right, Fox made it back from his potty break just in time to come back. We gotta try and find time for this stuff when we're going for 4 hours in a telethon. So, Eric, well done. That was pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah. I've been 20 years of being a cop. You learn.
That helps. So, folks, we're here. The whole reason we're here, all these great guests, whole reason we're here is, to raise money to build these storm shelters, and so that's what we're here for today. And that QR code in the upper right hand corner is how you can help out, be a part of this weather community coming together to do that. But Holly, I'm going to turn it over to you to give us an update and who's been supporting.
Yes, absolutely. We've gotten some big donations coming in the last few minutes, and if I can get another drum roll. We are at $3,550. Woo!
That is awesome. Good.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Thank you, everybody who has donated. We appreciate every single dollar that's come in. 100% of your donations is going directly to the shelter that we're planning to install in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. And because we are a nonprofit, we are a 501c3 nonprofit, all of these gifts are tax deductible.
Yes, they are.
Forgot about that, yeah.
Yeah, the other thing too, Holly, is let them know about the drawing.
Oh, yes. So we are going to have a drawing at the end of the telethon. Anybody who's given $100 or more will be entered into a drawing to receive one ticket to the National Storm Chaser Summit in February. And anybody who gives $200 or more will be entered into a drawing to receive a ticket to the summit and a hotel room for the duration of the weekend.
That's great. And anybody that does 300 or more, we're also going to send you a cute little Bluetooth speaker to play all your great holiday music. And when you donate, we'll figure out a way to get Reed's songs put together, and you can play it on the little Bluetooth speaker as well.
I was going to say, are we going to burn it to a CD? Well, they don't do that anymore.
Phil, Holly and I, when we all started talking about this, I think our achievable goal was going to be 3,000. I think we can get to 5,000. That's my goal now, is to get to 5,000.
No, my personal goal has been, I think we can make it 5,000 by the end of this day.
Yeah.
So we're going to do this. We're going to bring in our next guest, and I'm hoping here in the next 10 to 15 minutes when we come back to get an update, I want to see how close we are to 4 as we work our way towards 5,000. But we're pleased to bring in Bryce and Paige, storm chasers, that you guys are very familiar with and know a lot about. Bryce, welcome to the telethon. You with us? Oh, can't hear you. Did you mute yourself?
Hey, everybody.
There we go. We got you.
I don't know if we can hear or not.
Oh, you can't hear us? Yeah. Eric, ask a question. See if he can hear you.
Hey, Bryce, Paige, can you hear us?
Holly, go ahead. You try it.
We can, Bryce, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Nothing?
Nope. Nothing. So I'll tell you what. Hey, Bryce, why don't you click out, head out, and or I'm going to kick you out. Sorry. And then you just reconnect. Boop. There he goes. Just like that.
Easy.
We said hi to Bryce, and he's gone. I see Paige is in the chat, so I am going to Do this while I try and we work on getting them back on. Eric, kind of again remind people about the Oz Safe Rooms and what you saw in them and why we're trying to partner up with them.
Yeah. So it's, I originally learned of Oz through James Menzies. He's also the co-founder of the summit. We started the summit way back in 2019 and started putting everything together. And he had one in his house. And what I loved about it, I didn't even know he had a storm shelter in his house, his safe room. And then I walked in, I realized it's an Oz safe room, and it was literally built into his house. And he had every bit of his stuff, personal stuff, that belonged to him in this room, and it's literally the size of a bedroom. And so I learned about their custom fit and everything that was going on, and then I found out about they survive the only shelters to survive the Moore tornado in 2013 was the Oz safe rooms. And so when I got to looking more into it, we figured out why they were the ones that survived. And the technology that they do is one of a kind. It's FEMA rated, it's government rated, it's everything that Tim Marshall talked about. And so, I was like, let me reach out to them. And they put one in my house, and then I had one, and then my wife had to go to the shelter 3 times. We lived outside of Shawnee, and as we always know, it's a tornado magnet. And so my wife had to go to the shelter several times, and I felt comfortable with it because I knew the technology. So I just wanted to use them. I reached out to them, and they are gladly helping us out with this initiative. They're going to custom build each of these facilities as we need it, and
That's great.
they're just a great people to work with.
That's great. That's great. And I already love what I'm seeing. I think we got Bryce and Paige back. Bryce, how are you doing on sound? You hear us now?
I can hear you this time around now that we've reset.
There we go. Sweet. I apologize. I kicked you out. I told everybody watching, hey, I got to kick him out so that he can come in and reset again. So sorry about that. That was me.
Yeah, I think that reset worked.
Good. So, tell us, Bryce, a little bit about how long personally you've been chasing, and along with that, what maybe shocked you or surprised you different this year as you were out?
Yeah, I've been chasing for almost actually over a decade now. And I mean, this year for me, it would have to be the number of visible tornadoes that we saw this year.
Yeah, and certainly we were talking
a great year.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier, just about the number of photographic tornadoes there definitely were this year. Any particular one that I'm sure there's probably one that stands out with the two of you, but why don't you explain that? Which one stands out the most and maybe had a special moment for you and Paige?
Yeah, definitely the Gary tornado. That's the tornado that, I mean, everybody's probably already seen the picture. We got engaged in front of the Gary tornado.
Yes, you did. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that know about that, but I'm sure there's a lot of people watching right now that didn't know about that. We talked about it when we had you guys on our podcast a couple months ago. But what was it like for you? How long did you have to wait with that ring in your pocket to be able to finally find a moment to ask the question?
I waited a while for that. I actually passed up the Wellfleet, Nebraska tornado because I wanted a tornado in South Dakota. That's our favorite state to chase in, so I wanted to do it there. So I had to wait probably 4, 5, 6 weeks and pass up multiple tornadoes for that one perfect one in Gary that day.
Okay, so then tell us. So here's the Gary Dakota tornado. That was South Dakota, right?
Correct.
Yep. So what? How bad were the palms sweating? Like what was going through your head when there's a tornado in front of you, but then you're also thinking, obviously having been through that question myself and asking that question, being a married man, I didn't do it in front of a tornado. And I don't know if I could have been able to multitask. There's a tornado in front of me, and I've got to pop and ask this question. So in that brief little moment of thinking, this is it, how am I going to do it? Where am I going to do it? And your palms are sweating. Walk us through that probably brief second or two of thought.
Yeah, it was more like, a 30-second time frame there when I was trying to coordinate, the tornado's over here. Here's a perfect road, a perfect opportunity, a perfect view to do it. But it definitely felt like an hour to me.
And yeah, that time goes by fast, and that's not even when you have a tornado right in front of you.
Yeah.
Going through that moment. So you've got a decade under your belt, and I think, and certainly Paige has got a lot less than that. So where did you guys? How did you meet up? Did you meet up under a mezzo? How did that work out?
Yeah, we actually did. We've been friends for quite a while, found each other through weather Twitter, and we met up one day at a Casey's in Iowa on a chase.
Little plug
There
there.
was not a
Thank you.
tornado that day, but we did meet up at a Casey's and saw some really cool Mamadas clouds at sunset that night. So it wasn't a terrible chase whatsoever.
That is the most stereotypical chaser cute meet of at Casey's met through weather Twitter. Like, it's just so good.
Definitely.
It's perfect.
What are you two looking forward to this year? I know certainly you guys do a lot of live streaming now. You guys looking to do anything different with that? Kind of give us an update what you're thinking about here as we go into the next season.
You know, it's just full steam ahead into the next season. Going to be constantly upgrading the YouTube quality, the stream quality, and everything that comes with that, and just nonstop chasing. Going to be out there for everything, just like we always try to be. I mean, whether it's a tornado day or not, just a regular severe day, we're usually there. We want to be out there under the storm, providing the live coverage that is needed.
That's awesome. Well, I'll tell you what, I know Paige is in the process of getting ready. I think I saw in the chat, she mentioned she's getting ready.
Yeah, where's your fiance, Bryce?
Yeah, I think she's still getting her hair done or something like that.
So here's what we're going to do. Just tell her we'll come back and we'll get her on just for a little bit as well. I know we've got Edgar waiting in the green room. So we'll probably get an opportunity when we come back, just bring Paige on for a little bit as well, so we can chat with her before we get to Edgar. So we'll be right back. So MJ, let's go ahead. Let's head to our break, and we'll be back with both Bryce and Paige, as well as Edgar. Brandon Kopic's coming up as well. We got a ton of them coming, so stay tuned.
We'll be right back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
As soon as I get off my tractor and get in the truck, we get the alert, and I call April, my wife. So, where are y'all? Where's the Mexican restaurant? Why? I said, get out of there and get out of there now. Where are you? And I said, I'm on the way. Well, they tell me the Mexican restaurant's gone, and is Mom alive? I said, yeah, she's alive, but the whole time I'm trying to call her, it's not going to voicemail. It's just not ringing. The towers are down. And so that alarms me. And I have a son that's behind me in another truck, and I know we're headed right into the storm. I sent my son north. I said, you go north until I tell you come south. And I'm screaming down this thing. I can see this beast in front of me. And I'm going 114 miles an hour in rain and wind, and it's just lightning, blinding you. The truck's shaking. I finally make it to Rolling Fork. After I run out of gas, I have to get picked up and get in another vehicle. And we get into Rolling Fork. You recognize nothing. The chasers that were there, y'all didn't know Rolling Fork. I grew up there. I've been there since 1985. I couldn't recognize anything. It's chaos. It's in the dark, still raining, power lines down, gas mains going off and leaking, water lines leaking, cars everywhere. It's like, I mean, you're in a war zone. I can't find the Mexican restaurant. Now, Rolling Fork's a small town, y'all. I got to remember that. I've been there my whole life. I'm 54 years old. I can't find it. I don't know where anything is because it's gone. If there is a app that I can listen to storm chasers on during a live storm, that's who I want to listen to. I want the information before it happens, and you guys bring it. And thank you.
Have a blue Christmas without you. I'll be so blue thinking about you. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree won't be the same, dear, if you're not here with me. When those blue snowflakes start to fall in, that's when those blue memories start calling. You'll be doing all right with your Christmas of white, but I'll be having a blue Christmas. You'll be doing all right with your Christmas of white, but I'll be having a blue Christmas.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the telethon. That was another classic there from Pecos Hank. Little Blue Christmas. I love the little vacuum intermission there in between during the solo. That was classic. What'd you think, Eric?
I think we need to get him at the summit. I think we need to. I think at Chaser Prom, I think we need to get him up singing.
Ooh,
that's what we need to do.
Ooh, I love that idea.
That would be good.
I think we
He's
may have to do
good.
that.
Yes.
He is definitely good. Well, so folks, the whole reason, we've got all these great guests coming in today to celebrate the holidays, and we've got this great holiday theme is really to bring the weather community together to donate and make a difference, make a big difference to helping the National Storm Chaser Summit and their initiative to build these community storm shelters. And a lot of you have been coming together today and donating money for this, and we appreciate it. The QR code's in the upper right-hand corner. If you haven't yet, please think about what you can do, how you can help, even if it's maybe $20. Whatever you can do to help us all come together and make a bigger difference, pooling all of our funds together. So Holly, you want to give us a little bit of an update where we're at?
Let me see.
So,
there she goes.
While she's working, I was like, okay, well, goodbye.
Well, that's her cue. I know she had to take a little potty break. Maybe that was her opportunity to do that. Oh, she's back. That was a quick one.
Yeah, I was going to say this is normal for her. If I don't hear from her for an hour, I was like, all right, she's probably doing makeup and hair. She probably had to go back and fix her hair or something.
No, we're good. We're good. We're here. No, so we are, MJ, if you can give me a total, please. Or I'm a drum roll, please. We are at $3,550 towards the shelter fund.
Awesome.
Which is amazing.
So we're still moving, folks.
Way higher.
That is great. So again, thanks everybody for your contributions. And we want to keep going, guys. Our goal here before we're done is to get to 5,000. And so we've got hundreds of you watching right now. And we just ask, make this one of your portions of your giving that you're going to be doing here during the holiday season to save lives. I mean, this is a life-saving donation that you're making today. So we appreciate that. All right, let's keep rolling. We're going to bring in our next guest, Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill. And I'll tell you this, Edgar's been a big part of helping us put this telethon together as well. So Edgar, thank you for all your help. He's helped make some of the rolling fork videos that you've seen. And I think he's got a little musical rendition that's going to be coming up here a little bit later as well. But Edgar, welcome to the show. I'm going to just start things off before I turn it over to Eric or Holly on questions. But I know you have been, this has been kind of a crazy couple of years for you personally and your chasing journey and
For sure.
kind of what you're doing and where you're going, how you're going to do things. I guess tell us really about this journey for you over the last year or two.
Yeah, I've had a pretty crazy journey. Definitely the past 5 years, it's been insane. I went full-time chasing in 2020, started doing that full-time. And then in 2023, I joined Team Dominator and chased in the Dominator for the 2024 and most of the 2025 season, which was always insane and crazy being in the Dominator 3, intercepting tornadoes, like honestly, just kind of stuff dreams are made of. And then, I kind of went back out solo and I'm prepping for this next year, which I'm super excited about. So I'm excited to see what 2026 brings me. And I'm ready for the spring to come, guys. I'm not going to be honest. I love Christmas and all, but the spring is where it's at, guys.
Absolutely. Spring is our Christmas.
For sure.
I always say that the night before I leave for a chase feels like Christmas Eve.
Oh, every time. Like
Yeah,
I get
every
you get the
time.
nervous like butterflies in your stomach, because you're getting ready to get out there. Yeah. Oh, I see Eric Toll over there.
Yeah,
What up?
he just showed up to my house.
What up, Eric?
Hey, hello, friend.
Yeah, he's listening on other iPad over there. But
Awesome.
anyways, hey Edgar. So I know one thing that we when we first met, I believe it was at the summit. And one thing you told me was about El Reno, right?
For sure.
And your first storm that kind of got you into this. And do you want to elaborate on that and why it just triggered your brain?
For sure. And at the end of 2012, I moved to Oklahoma. I'd lived in Jacksonville, Florida, used to the hurricanes, not the big tornadoes so much. And then just a few months after moving, I moved at the end of 2012, but in 2013, the El Reno tornado in May happened. And me and my family actually lived really close to El Reno. We lived in West Yukon. We were in the original projected path of El Reno. And so I didn't know anything about tornadoes. I didn't know anything about weather, guys. I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I just wasn't something that I had done. And I remember turning on the TV that day and the weatherman getting on there and is like, hey, if you're in the path of this thing and you don't have a storm shelter to get underground, you need to get your car and move. And I'm like freaking out. I didn't even know how to look on radar. I got my wife, my 2 kids, our dogs, got them in the vehicle. And we're like, well, I guess we got to drive. I don't know where we're going. Like my wife's looking for public storm shelters. And we found out, wow, there's not a lot of those in central Oklahoma. And it was incredibly terrifying. Like we get in our car and pull off clouds. It's getting super dark. I was out of gas, of course, because I was not weather prepared. And we pull into a gas station. I'm pumping gas. A police officer comes up with the sirens. It was like, leave. I was like, I haven't paid. He's like, I don't care. Go. It was like this intense situation with me and my family. And we drove and we're listening to the radio and the FM radio. And I think it might've been Channel 5 or Channel 9 that had their coverage on the radio. And, they were just talking about, how strong this tornado was. And long story short, we ended up in the National Weather Service in Norman in their storm shelter. I drove from Yukon all the way down to Norman because it was the only one that accepted dogs. And we had our dogs with us.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a chaotic scene. We pull up there, literally people are just driving into the dirt, into the grass, on campus there at OU where the National Weather Service is. And people are just running out of their cars, hail's coming down at this point. And and then we went in the storm shelter and rode it out. And I remember being terrified, as a father and a husband. And I remember after that, I was like, I got to learn about storms if I'm gonna continue to live in Tornado Alley. And I asked my wife, I was like, do you know anyone that chases? And she knew this storm photographer named Sean Ramsey. He's kind of an OG, been out there chasing for a long time. And he took me for a ride along. And I went on one ride along. And that day I said, I'm going to figure out how to make this a job. And then it took me about 6 or 7 years to make it a full-time job. But that's how I got into storm chasing.
What are you looking forward to this year, brother? What's on Edgar's plate? for 26?
So many fun things. I'm actually going to be doing some different style content. I'm going to be actually going out with some chasers this year and interviewing them in the middle of the chase. So different chasers, some of your favorite chasers out there. If you've ever seen like comedians in cars getting coffee that Jerry Seinfeld does, or stuff like that, I'm going to do the storm chasing version of that. I want to get out on these chases in the middle of the storm chase, interview different chasers, talk to them about, hey, like, what's your process? Like, what's your favorite thing about storm chasing? And, just kind of maybe take a little bit of a different angle in storm chasing content and kind of highlight all the chasers in the community.
So are you going to be asking those questions on the way to the target, or are you going to be asking those questions while you're heading towards and around and dodging convergence? And
I'm hoping I'm asking these questions like 100 feet from the, the bottom of a vortex. And because I think, in the moment, I think it would be fun. And like, and if I've chased with a few different chasers, and all chasers kind of have like, some chasers get really excited. Some chasers get really stoic. So I think it'd be kind of fun to talk to them in that moment as well, and just kind of capture that, hey, there's no one way to storm chase. There's no right way or wrong way. Everyone kind of does it different, and there's a bunch of different styles out there, and I think it'd be cool to showcase that.
That's a very good point. Yeah, I think that would be good. You can sign me up. I'm going to be watching that, listening to that, however you put it out.
Awesome.
I'll be watching it. So I do want to thank you again. Appreciate your interview with Matthew Capucci. We
awesome.
aired that earlier. So again, something else, your contribution to this event today.
Sure.
So thanks for your time. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for all the time you put in this past week of putting all this stuff together. Where can people find you so they can get information on these upcoming chaser interviews?
Yeah, you can just go to edgarthestormchaser.com. All my links to all my socials on there. It's one easy place to get to it. So it's just edgarthestormchaser.com. And yeah, that's where you can find all my stuff.
Awesome. Well, again, thanks for your time. Thanks for all your
Appreciate
talents,
you guys.
Edgar, for this
Thanks,
cause.
Edgar.
Appreciate it.
you.
A lot of fun, guys. Thank you, guys.
All right. So I'll tell you what, we're going to keep moving. We have got Brandon Kopic in the green room, so we'll be talking with him shortly. So stay tuned.
We'll be right back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
On the morning after the March 2023 tornado, Rolling Fork, Mississippi awoke to a silence that felt heavier than the storm itself. Homes that once held generations of family memories were reduced to fragments. Streets that had been the heartbeat of this community were left unrecognizable. And yet, even in the middle of this devastation, there was resilience. Storm chasers, first responders, neighbors, and total strangers came together in the hours after the tornado to search, to help, and to hold one another up. Rolling Fork has strength, but it also has needs. And today, we, this entire weather community, have the chance to stand with them once again. Your donation goes directly toward building a community storm shelter for the people of Rolling Fork. A safe place. A place of protection. A place that can prevent this kind of heartbreak from ever happening again. Together we can turn tragedy into action, and action into hope. Please give if you're able, and help us build safety and a future right here in Rolling Fork.
Hey everybody, this is meteorologist Mark Maz Massaro from the Stormfront Freaks, wishing everyone a very Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, with peace and joy and lots of snow.
It's meteorologist Serena Arnold. I hope you all have a wonderful and very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and hoping that you aren't suffering from SDS, supercell deprivation syndrome, as bad as I am.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Again, we're bringing together as we continue to move on. We're still going to go here for this hour with the telethon. The purpose of putting this together, Holly came to me from the National Storm Chaser Summit and talked about this new initiative they were launching to build these storm shelters for communities, and really the first on the list. I know they want to look at Rolling Fork, Mississippi to start off, but she wanted to do a telethon. She thought we could get the weather community together and make a huge difference by just getting, $20 from this person and $50 from you and $500 from that person, and kind of starting to pull everybody together during this giving season to make a massive difference to really start this initiative off with a bang. So Holly, again, let people know how they can donate and why it's so important.
Yeah, so we can use the QR code in the upper right hand. I don't know which way to point. So in the upper right hand corner of your screen, you can, any donation moves the needle is what it comes down to. Whether it's $5, $10, all of that money is 100% of the funds that we raise today are going directly towards the shelter. Both of you stop.
Above your head.
Yes. 100% of the funds that are raised for the shelter initiative are going directly to the shelter that we plan to install in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. And because the National Storm Chaser Summit is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, your gift is tax deductible as well. So please help us. As I said, any amount helps, and it's all going towards an incredible cause.
Very good. Thanks, Holly. And hey, I'm excited to bring in our next guest, who's going to give us, just 10 minutes of his time, but we appreciate it. Bringing in Brandon Kopic, Storm Chaser extraordinaire. And Brandon, thanks for joining us and taking time. I want to turn the questioning over to Eric and Holly because I know they were excited about having you on. Welcome.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Brandon. As you know, you're kind of a broadcast guy, just like I am, and kind of I've seen you grow up through the Chase community and then getting into broadcast. And what will you say to people out there wanting to get into broadcast side of things? Because it's not easy, especially when you're juggling storms, broadcast, and of course, personally wanting to be out there to chase it.
Oh yeah, the hardest part about it is it's such a narrow field, as you know. Ironically enough, one of the first times I recall meeting you is when you and Martin saved me when I blew my motor in my truck when you guys picked me up. And what was it? It was somewhere near Arnett. I know it was like Higgins, Texas, and the Texas Panhandle. But my biggest thing would be professionalism is key. I am not the most professional person. I like to keep things level for people. That way nobody ever starts putting anybody on a higher pedestal or something like that. But, the key is establishing professional level contacts with networks and building a good reputation to where they want to build something off of this and creating something unique that you are special at that really intrigues them to bring you on board with them.
What are some of the things that you see other chasers who are trying to get into broadcast doing that you'd want to see them improve upon? What are some of these things that maybe aren't as professional as they might think is coming across?
Well, I think a lot of it just has to do with how a lot of people represent themselves. This community has a way of having an ego, like we all do. And it's important just to remain humble. And when people in organizations, and as I'm sure Eric can agree with, when they see somebody that's very self-centered and all that, they don't kind of want something like that as a part of their brand. They want you to really expand and be a part of what they're doing and make it about everybody that you serve. That's the biggest thing, is just maintaining a good professional stance on social media and being an advocate, helping people learn and things like that. That's just so crucial when you get into these kind of industries, that you just want to make sure you're doing your best and being your best, because you're not just representing yourself anymore.
Yeah, and everything is online nowadays, right? Like there's nothing that you can do that is going to get unnoticed by somebody in the community.
Oh yeah, and it's definitely something that always catches people off guard, whether you're 14 looking to get into it in 10 years or what. The internet keeps everything forever.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Brandon, one thing, you had an amazing year this year. I can think of several tornadoes that, really up close personal tornadoes, really bringing the sights and scenes to to the viewers, and especially on the safety side. So, do you want to talk about this last year? Me personally, I think you took a huge step forward this year within storm chasing and within your career, especially on the broadcast side. If you want to talk to that and just how challenging is it to chase everything, and just how time consuming and mentally consuming it can be.
Yeah, it definitely can be exhausting. I'll say that much. Thankfully, it's been slow these last few weeks. But as a father and a husband, it makes it that much more exhausting because a lot of these people that are full-time storm chasers nowadays, they're on the younger side. They don't really have relationships or kids to worry about. And for me, I want to be home with my family and be a good husband and be a good father. And that makes the equally challenge of, I've got to be out there to do my job, but I also have to balance the coming home at the same time and enjoying the family time and having that good work-life balance. But honestly, I think I would attribute a big ton of my success this year to the radio network that I created with a bunch of other chasers, Connor Croft, Jordan, Corey Gherkin. I mean, we've got so many, Freddie McKinney, pretty much all of the great chasers that you guys have talked to. I created a radio network where we communicate with each other on, and it really helped us to really hone in our skills and also take in the advice of others. Because while you may have seen the results of the chasing this year, a lot of what most people don't realize is there's chasers within our group that have seen every amazing tornado of the year this year. But if it wasn't for that radio, they were going to leave that storm 5 minutes earlier. So it's definitely
Nice.
helped us all grow as individuals and get aside from the ego side and more focus on supporting each other. Like when we hear someone say, hey, like, I think I'm going to leave this storm. If somebody's right up next to the mezzo, we're like, hey guys, this thing looks like it's really tightening up. It's about to produce. I wouldn't leave yet. And it just yields more success for everybody.
So I want to know this. You talk about family, and I know you're a big family person, Brandon, and I agree. It's hard to balance that, especially as a chaser, and I don't definitely even do that full time. So, but it's the holiday season. It's Christmas. I know you're a man of strong faith as well. What are you guys doing for Christmas this year? What's the family doing? What's your traditions?
So we don't have, I wouldn't say any too firm traditions. We'll open up some presents on Christmas Eve, one or two, just for the boys. But we're going to be going to Illinois this Christmas to spend time with my wife's family. Her grandma's in her 90s, and we go out there and spend as much time with her and her family as we can, just to really enjoy the time of the season with all of our family as much as we possibly can.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, definitely wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, but appreciate the time you were able to give us to just jump on for a little while, Brandon, and help support the cause that we're working towards. So tell people where they can find you, where they can follow your chases.
You can just find me on pretty much any social media platform at Brandon Kopic WX, Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic on YouTube, and at Brandon Kopic WX on X.
Cool.
Awesome.
Well, thanks.
Thank
Merry
you, sir.
Christmas, guys.
Appreciate
See you guys
you.
at the
Thank you.
summit.
Thanks, Brandon.
Oh, yeah.
Take care. Take care. All right, so hey, we're gonna keep moving. We kind of teased earlier. We had Bryce and Paigey. We've been teasing having them on. We got Bryce for a little bit, but we were missing Paige. But I believe we've got both of them. Yay, we do! Woo!
There she is.
All right,
Her
so
looks amazing.
So we got both of them, and I know we don't have a whole lot of time, and the whole purpose of this telethon today was to, bring a bunch of chasers and people in the weather community to just jump on a little bit and chat, but help support the cause. So no, we don't have a whole lot of time, Paige, but my question I've got for you, so I met you, gosh, what was your first summit? What was your first chaser summit?
2023.
Okay. So I believe that's when I first met you. And at that time, you were kind of dipping your toe in the water a little bit at that point, kind of getting a feel for things, soaking in all that education. What's that journey been for you like in just a matter of, a couple of years?
It's been crazy. I went from working full-time as a nurse practitioner to leaving that because it was very limiting to my schedule and everything. And then I tried travel nursing for a little bit, but I've been chasing full time now since April of 24. So I guess I did travel nursing for 3 months last year. So this is basically my first year full time was 2025. So it's been absolutely crazy. Couldn't do it without Bryce. We work really well together as a team, but it's been so crazy. It's like I had this dream and just went full force towards it, and yeah, we've seen a lot of tornadoes.
You've had a heck of a year, that's for sure. What has surprised you most about making the leap from nursing to full-time chasing?
Well, I never loved nursing. I mean, it was fine. I was good at my job, but I never felt the way I did about what we're doing now with nursing. So basically, we go all over the country, and Bryce even went to Jamaica this year for the hurricane, and it's just been a lot. I'm also battling with a chronic illness as well, so that's been a little bit hard to navigate. But other than that, I mean, everything's been perfect. It's awesome. Couldn't ask for anything more.
You guys are tough cookies.
Absolutely.
Definitely tough cookies, but both great representatives of the chaser community and what you're doing. One last question before we keep moving, Paige. What are you guys, you and Bryce, what are you looking forward to next year? Doing anything different with your streaming or plans to chase?
So I'm just hoping that we can continue growing our channel on YouTube. It really took off. Last year at this time, I don't even think we were like monetized or anything. So it really took off. We almost have 40,000 subscribers now. So I'm just really hoping to continue to grow that, building our little community. We've met so many great people through it, and we got tickets to the summit, so we're gonna be
Woohoo!
there, and we are just going to try and make 2026 an even better year. See more great tornadoes, help people out. We loved every part of our job. So
That's great. Well, before we go, tell people where they can find your channel.
So you can find us on YouTube, Tornado Pagey. We both use that account. And then on all of my socials are Tornado Pagey with 2 Y's. And then Bryce.
You can just find me on X at Bryce Shelton01.
Cool. Well, tell you what, I'm glad we got you both on and we made it happen. And again, thank you both for the time that you at least were able to jump on and share with us for this cause. So thank you.
Yes.
And
thank
we'll
you
see you guys in February.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Have a good one. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
All right. So I'll tell you what, we're going to keep moving. Again, the QR code in the upper right-hand corner is how you can help donate and contribute your portion to the weather community's support of the storm shelters. We're going to be right back. Jeremy Dawson, chaser and member of Shiny Toy Guns, is going to be up next, so stay tuned.
We'll be right back too. It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
Welcome to Oz Safe Rooms, builders of the only single-pour, seamless concrete above-ground tornado safe room, proven to save lives, whether taking a direct hit or in the direct path of an EF5 tornado, making the Oz Safe Room a FEMA mitigation success story. When you choose an Oz Safe Room, our sole priority is to ensure the safety of your family and pets. And we have many different options to choose from. Oz offers many sizes and options to suit different needs, from our smallest 6-person up to our community style or custom safe rooms. Once you've chosen what size and style of Oz Safe Room you prefer, our team jumps into action to carefully work out every detail. Once the site visit is complete, we draw up the site plan and fill out all the paperwork necessary to inform the city where the structure will be located so that the needed permits can be acquired. Day 1 of the build, our team will stake out the corners of the room based on the site plan we used to acquire the city permit. With your approval of the location, we will begin the forming process by first digging the base by hand. Day 2, we begin filling the forms with concrete. During the pouring process, the concrete is vibrated, removing air and water pockets, making the concrete stronger, resulting in a strength of around 5,000 psi. The 18-inch thick ceiling of the Oz Safe Room is the thickest in the industry, providing maximum protection from falling debris, including cars and pickup trucks. The walls are 8 inches to 10 inches thick, providing maximum protection from flying debris. On day 3, we complete the safe room. The forms are removed, the structure is inspected, and any imperfections in the structure are ground down to be smooth. The tile floor is then added along with the built-in bench, and the door assembly is installed before a final inspection is completed on your Oz Safe Room. The Oz Safe Room can be textured, painted, bricked, or even given a stone veneer. Roof structures may also be added. As a wife and mom myself living in Oklahoma, the Oz Safe Room was the only choice I felt confident in for the safety of our family. Not only is the Oz easy for our young children to use, but also for our older family members that could have difficulty crawling into a small opening in our garage or using stairs. When I learned about the dangers of other so-called tornado shelters that are really only mild storm shelters, I knew that Oz was the only choice for our home. I hope we don't ever need it, but I have confidence that if we do, we'll be completely safe no matter how severe the tornado may be. Call today. Our team is ready to help.
Hi, we're the Bacas, and we're wishing you a very Merry Christmas.
Santa baby, slip a stable under the tree for me. Hey, but in all seriousness, Merry Christmas to all of you. I thank you guys for being a part of this fundraiser. It means so much to the Storm community and to the people of Rolling Fork. And you know what? I will see you out there chasing soon.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit Holiday.
All right, welcome back to the telethon. We still have about 30 minutes or so left here in the show. So still time for you to donate. If you've been watching today, if you've been benefiting from and enjoying these stories and enjoying these guests that we've had on, that's really the whole point. They're giving us their time and their talents to come in here and donating that in hopes that we can pull this weather community together to donate a little bit, everybody pitch in a little bit to be able to make a big difference in these storm shelters. Holly, I guess tell folks, number one, how they can participate and donate, and again, let them know about the drawing that you've got going on.
Yeah, so if you want to contribute to the cause, go to the use the QR code to take you to the giving page. And listen, every dollar that comes in moves the needle, right? Like we are grateful for any donation that you can possibly manage. I know times are tight right now, especially when we're getting into the holiday season, having to buy presents, but every dollar makes a difference. But to anybody, we do have a drawing going on. And so anybody who gives $100 or more will be entered into a drawing to receive a free ticket to the Storm Chaser Summit in February. And if anybody is comfortable donating $200 or more, you will be entered into a drawing to not only get a ticket to the summit, you will also have your hotel room covered as well. So
that's awesome.
Incentives to give at those higher levels. Again, it's going to an amazing cause, and we appreciate anything that comes in.
And all tax deductible. So
Absolutely,
so
100%.
you've got time. You still have time, folks. If you haven't made that decision to help contribute and be a part of this team effort, we certainly would love to have that support. So we're going to bring in our next guest. We've been looking forward to having him jump on here this entire telethon. Jeremy Dawson, Storm Chaser. He's also going to play a big part of the Chaser Summit coming up in February. So, Holly, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jeremy, how's it going today?
What's
Thank you for
up?
joining
How are
us.
you?
Yeah,
Doing
I'm
well.
sold on the. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, can you hear us?
Perfect. Yeah, that Oz thing was. I'm sold. I want to buy one now. It's like really convincing.
Do you,
Except
do you think
in,
do you think there's going to be a need for one you're in LA right now, right?
there's just no need for one here. This would actually be worse if I was in a concrete shelter when the earth, is
Yeah, that's true.
rattling. Yeah.
When the
Wrong
earth
shelter.
opens
Wrong kind
up.
of shelter. Yeah.
Right. So now you're going to be the DJ at our prom coming up at the summit. And for everybody who is coming to the summit, we that is going to be another fundraiser that we're going to be doing. Last year we did a fundraiser for the American Red Cross, and this year's fundraiser is also for the Shelter Fund. And Jeremy, who is a storm chaser, is going to be DJing the prom. And Jeremy, I know that you're a musician, but you do have a lot of experience storm chasing. Tell us how you
Yeah.
got into it, and tell us about some of your bigger chases, because you've been on some pretty big days.
Yeah. Well, it all started. So I'm from Shawnee, Oklahoma. I can turn my accent on whenever the hell I want to, and yeah, just wait till I get home from the holidays. I come home and I'm like, "Hey, will y'all bring
Nice.
that over here?" And my friends are like, "What?"
Pulling out the y'all.
Yeah, I got to pull the y'all out. So the yeah, I was in the third grade, I think. Actually, I should look this up. I forgot what year it was, but it was it was the year that Shawnee had a tornado in I would say probably 89, that really took out some of Oklahoma Baptist University. It was a major hit. I think it was an F2 before the E. And I remember, like, we lived out north of town. It was a night storm. I'm in my footy pajamas, and my dad runs in. And I've already been obsessed with weather this whole time. And my mom and my sister are in the bathtub. The mattress is out. And my dad grabs me, and we get in the bathroom. And all I want to do is run to the back door so I can go see what this crazy thing was. And we didn't get hit, of course, or fortunately, but like from that moment, I was so excited. I was like, wow, is this so cool? And that was it for me from that point on. I was like completely obsessed with weather and meteorology. And the second I got a driver's license, it was on for me. And I found people in my community. I was already into music as a teenager. I found people in the music community that had shared the same passion, that were meteorology majors at OU. Being in central Oklahoma is an ideal place to get into weather, as we all know. And we just started right away. I started in 96, 97. And, it was a lot of, back then it was, if you see like a CB cloud, you chase it, like just because we're like 17 years old, like, look, a cloud. And we would drive all the way to like Fort Sill. And it's like, we didn't know any better, but over time we learned to go to the offices and get printouts and begin to like start to figure out some of how this worked. And then came May 3rd. I was at Hometown Buffet, one of those like horrific places that people in Oklahoma like to eat at. And I get a phone call on my cell phone that cost, what was it back, like 11 cents a minute back then? And it's one of my buddies, and he goes, dude, we got to go. And I knew there was a storm. It was well predicted. May 3rd, 99 was. But I was like I was really low on fuel. But my friend, I could tell that urgency in his voice. He goes, we need to go now. And so we just went for it. And I was on the north side, and I drove down to Deep Moore in the 120, 130 street. And I remember getting gas, and I turned and looked, and I saw all these people under the overpass. And I was like, goofballs. Like, when are they going to stop telling people to do that? And I drove off, and I found out later all those people are dead, or they're missing legs and arms and stuff. Wow. And it was like, that was wild. And then I saw it. It was like, I didn't get to see it when it was 1.5 miles wide, but I'd seen probably like maybe 10 tornadoes by that point. Most of them like little string beans in eastern Colorado, or nothing very, very safe and fast, because I wasn't amazing and good and trained, so I was still in the learning process. But that was, I mean, talk about, you look at a tornado that's so wide, your peripheral vision can barely see the edges of the wedge, and there's that you could just smell wood, and you could smell the destruction in its path. It was the weirdest, eeriest feeling, and we chased that thing all the way almost to Tulsa, because it wasn't just there's what it did at Oklahoma City, but that thing kept going and kept dropping and dropping and dropping, and I saw unbelievable things. I saw, I remember, like, I was a smoker at that time, and I'm in just outside of Valley Brook, like Del City area, and I ran over a support cable that, for power lines. I thought it was a power line. I was like, it's over. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get fried like fish. And then I looked at it. It was a support cable. So I get out of the car. I'm trying to unravel this support cable off my axle, and look up, and it's like I'm in the Sahara Desert. As far as the eye could see, the air was just going like this. And I looked, and it was people's gas lines. The entire neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
And I
got
was
to be a
like,
smell.
oh, it was unbelievable. And so I had to get out. I was right there. My chase partner, his house is gone, so he's crying and can't find his mom and dad. And it was, God, it was so, watching the people walk around, like and I've seen this numerous times. I know you guys have too. Like, when you come up on a hit site, and the people just walk. It's like 28 days later, they're in their robe with their dog, and they're just walking around. And they're just completely in shock. It was really, and I'm like, oh my God, I've never seen a storm like this or damage like this really up close. And it really impacted me. And it was like, very emotional for me to see that, because it was suddenly like, it's not just like, oh, it's Gary England, it's a tornado, it's really fun and exciting. There's dead people on the ground right over there. That's a dead dog. Oh my, wow, this is real. This is serious. And how are we going to get people to know, why are these people in this trailer park? What is wrong with you? Or did you not know? How can we get people to not die, or give them the option to not die? It was the first thing going on in my head. And from that point on, I really started to save up money and like load fire extinguishers up in my little beat up chase vehicle. And later on, when I started making money in music, I would get all kinds of gear, defibrillators, and all, just bring stuff that I could use. I had no business with a defibrillator. It's actually illegal, but whatever. I thought it was neat to have one.
Yeah.
But,
Hey, Jamie, so I got a question for you. Like,
Yeah.
you know Randy Dinger, right?
Very well. Long time.
Long time. So I want to hear some Randy Dinger stories from back in the day.
Oh God, Randy.
Ooh, yes, please.
So I met Randy. We're on this storm in Paladero Canyon, which means we have no radar. It was like we're just in that canyon. You just have to kind of go for it. And he's behind me, and this car in front of us, it's hydroplanes into the ditch. And I pull over and get out. This dude's like really injured. He's also like really drunk. So I'm trying to help him. Randy pulls up, and he's like, and I didn't know Randy. And Randy's like, he like helped get this guy out of the car. The guy goes, hey, there's more people in the car. There was no one else in the car. And so Randy goes down there, and then we just ended up like hanging out the whole time. And then we started like meeting up at different chases. Then I started going to his house, where so this is what Randy and I do. Remember, Randy is like a completely grown ass man and a high ranking firefighter. So Randy and I have like hundreds of dollars in fireworks. We're on a public lake surrounded by rich people in their houses, and it's like 2 a.m. or something. And we're tying balls of dynamite together and launching them into the water.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, it was a rad. Like we're just being goofballs, having a good time. He's got this rad place out there, and Randy's an incredible person to just get on the phone with and talk to, because he cares very deeply for the human condition, and he's a no nonsense storm chaser. and I love just listening to him like bitch and complain about stuff. That's rad too.
Yeah.
just like all the old school chasers, like man.
Yeah, he's definitely at that point. He's
Yeah.
good. He's good at some of that stuff. But
Well, Jeremy,
These good
I
people.
appreciate it, man. I'm looking forward to you at the summit. I think it's going to be an eye opening. It's not the old Chaser Con. I think you're going to have a great time, and
Yeah,
this is-
I think so
I
too.
really appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, no problem. You guys have a good. This is rad. I'm very happy to be a part of it.
yeah, appreciate you taking the time, Jeremy. It's awesome
Thanks,
to
Jeremy.
meet you, and look forward to seeing you in February at the summit.
Awesome. Take it easy.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to keep moving. We're looking forward to talking to Lou from Project Otis and starting to wrap this thing up shortly. So we'll be right back.
We'll be right back too. It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
We could hear like a small crackle. Anyway, the front of the restaurant, the glass was starting to spread, and then I just felt everything blowing in on us. Grabbed April, threw her in front of me and my daughter, and we did make it to the bathroom. As we were in a building that there was a Mexican restaurant and a Subway, and the bathroom was in the middle. And one of the things I just do remember is the toilet breaking and the smell. And when they pulled us out, we were across the restaurant. Everything's still with us, but it, literally pushed the whole building with us, and they pulled us out on the grass. I just remember not a lot of space. I remember, an extreme amount of weight, hearing, 30 more minutes. That drill, because I was starting to pass out towards the end. I was looking at April saying, I can't keep doing this, and she was rubbing my head saying I had to stay awake. Couldn't walk, because not just the injuries, but I think the circulation being cut off for over an hour. Just want to say thank you, because it's, an adrenaline rush, but y'all saved us. It's not just about the chase, it's after the storm. Since the tornado, we've had a few warnings, or, the Torcon threat is going to be this. I don't go to my apps anymore. I follow the storm chasers now.
Hey everyone, I'm meteorologist Jennifer Watson for the Stormfront Freaks podcast, and this is my adorable daughter, Zara. Hi. Yeah, she's so cute. We just wanted to say happy holidays, and
Happy New Year.
we hope all of you have an amazing holiday season and maybe get some good storms, snow, something fun. Bye, guys.
Hi, I'm Storm Chaser Greg Johnson of the Stormfront Freaks, and I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Welcome back to It's a Chaser Summit holiday.
All right, we're back. We're getting near the end of the telethon. So again, we just a quick plea to everybody that's watching. If you haven't yet had an opportunity to donate or help out, the QR code is in the upper right-hand corner. And the whole reason, Holly, we're doing this today, and all of our guests are taking this time, and we've taken all this time to put this together for everybody, is why? Why are we doing this?
We are doing this because we are raising money today for the new initiative that the National Storm Chaser Summit has started to donate and install storm shelters to underserved tornado-prone parts of the country. And we are hoping to install our first shelter in Rolling Fork, Mississippi, which, as many of you may recall, was directly hit after dark by a high-end EF4 tornado on March 24th of 2023. Many of you who were chasing that night had a very intense experience there, and were deeply affected by what they experienced that night. And so we want to make sure that the residents of that town and other towns in Dixie Alley and throughout the country who are in those underserved areas are able to have a place to shelter that can be safe, and that we see fewer casualties like we did in Rolling Fork.
So obviously still time to donate. So again, hit that QR code in the upper right-hand corner. Help be a part of this big weather team that's trying to pool all of our giving funds together to help out, make a huge, massive difference. for this
Absolutely.
cause. Yeah. So I'll tell you what, we're going to bring in our next guests. Looking forward to talking to Lou from Project Otis. If those of you that don't know, before I turn this over to Eric, and Eric is going to have all the good questions to ask because he's worked so closely with Lou and that whole team. But Lou, just some amazing things that you guys have come up with, some footage, some great science with use of the drone. One quick question I have before Eric probably asks the better ones, but how do you top what you've done in 2025, which is being in the center of a tornado, a funnel that's actually hollow and you can see down the middle of it? How do you top that?
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty incredible. I'm not going to lie. So, but we'd have so much in store for the future. I think with us, even on that day, we could have actually gotten so many more intercepts had we had more drones, had we had more preparation and better technology. So for next year, we're really trying to optimize everything that we're doing so we can have many, many more drones in the vehicle. We're hoping to have up to 20. And so that way, once we fly into a tornado, we can land the drone and then fly another one. And it's just pretty much as long as the tornado can last for us. So that's kind of our vision. And we're really excited for what the next year could bring.
Yeah, on top of what Lou's saying, I'm part of the team, so it's getting to see the inside baseball of this and what we know is coming up for this next year. I'm super excited. When I'm the driver, so here I am. I'm the one like, okay, we need this in a vehicle, we need that in a vehicle, and it's more so trying to build upon that. And the four of us are just working endlessly trying to get this going. We've learned, Lou, as you know, it's turned into a year-long project. This isn't just a spring project. This is going in, and we've definitely got some more stuff coming at us. One thing, we had Dr. Bodine on earlier, and we're going to be working with that Rex poll. But Lou, what was your biggest takeaway over the last 2 years coming from somebody who never really chased, and then getting into a chase vehicle with me? And getting to chase with me, and what was your biggest surprises? You can tell as many stories as you want.
Yeah, I mean, and even chasing with my brother. I mean, a whole part of this story is the fact that I had seen severe weather my whole life through my younger brother. And I had seen tornadoes like many other people on the news. He had a huge fascination for it. His name's Nelson, hugely instrumental with the team. And, I could see this as an older brother my whole life about, the destructive power of tornadoes and storm chasing. And, for me, I was kind of doing my own thing with drones and everything else that I had going on. And so those worlds didn't really collide until we started Project Otis. And yeah, I mean, chasing on the ground is like a completely different experience than seeing it online. Just like feeling, the storm, feeling the weather, there's just energy in the air. It's not something that I can really even describe, but it was a pretty intense experience, especially when I saw my first tornado last year. Sure, Eric can account for that. This was on the Greenfield day, at least the first one that I could see. Obviously there were ones that were rain wrapped beforehand, but it was pretty incredible getting to see that carbon tornado in Iowa. I believe that was in May last year, and it was just incredibly destructive. Thankfully it didn't hit any other structures, but that to me put a whole new perspective on chasing and severe weather, because it was really up until that day that I was like, okay, this is fun. But on that day specifically, there was some fear there, right? These storms were moving really fast. They were moving upwards of 60 miles an hour towards us. And I'm like, okay, now I have to, park the car in front of where the tornado is going to be, get out of the car and wear my drone goggles and pretty much be blind to what's around me, and pretty much have full trust in Eric and the team to be able to, maneuver properly and to keep us out of harm's way, which he did a great job doing. So that was a pretty surreal experience, and it really helped me appreciate, weather more and a lot of its destructive power, driving by a lot of the damage that you see out there on the road too.
Yeah, so some of the stuff we got coming up this next year, one thing that we're finding a challenge on is being able to move with the tornado, because we have a distance issue, right? We have, we can only be so far from the tornado and from the quad, the drone, as from where we're at compared to the tornado. So as the tornado's moving around us. So how much time would you say you're really working on technology right now per day and per week, trying to get ready for, a 2-month spring season?
Yeah, I mean, for us, for Tanner and I, it's pretty much everything that we're doing outside of whatever other work that we're doing. So for me, I'm actually trying to do this full time. So I'm pretty much working all day, every day on trying to make sure that our systems are going to be the best that they can be next year, helping raise money, helping with all of the back end work that we're needing to do. We are looking to partner with more people and more people in academia, and we really want this project to kind of grow and expand as well. So just trying to work on that on the back end. So it's everything that I'm doing. And for Tanner as well, outside of his day job, it's everything that he's doing. So we're pretty much all in here for Team Otis.
So let's do this. Let's let people know. We put it up. Mom and G shared the website a little bit, but Lou and Eric as well, just kind of let people know how they're going to be able to follow this more, maybe how they could be involved or somehow be aware of the project itself.
Yeah, so you can find everything on our website. So it's just going to be theotisproject.com. And there you can pretty much find anything in terms of, what have we actually put out? If you want to watch our flights, you can see our YouTube channel. We've just posted all of the raw videos out there for everyone to see about, what we've been able to do so far. And then we also have a lot of new things in the works. We may potentially start a Kickstarter, and there's a few other things that we may launch. So just feel free to connect on our website and be following our social media to get more updates on that.
Yeah, so something I want to add upon that, that what we got coming on is one thing, we've really been hit up that people are just like loving our videos. We have a lot of scientific data that we've, like Reed, we collect all this data, but one thing we have to do is qualify that data within the scientific community, make sure everything, all the sensors, all the temperature, and we have to calibrate that stuff and make sure it's accurate data. So we are getting ready to start releasing more of that as we qualify that data. It's just a scientific process, so we can't just throw it out there. There is some data that's been released here recently from Nelson that we're pretty excited about. The pressure drops are seeming extremely accurate. So, we're looking at these pressure drops we're going to have. But what I'm excited, just from a chaser perspective, and we're working on it, is, watch our YouTube channel this year. I'm hoping that we're going to be actually being able to live stream our intercepts on our YouTube channel. So stay tuned on that, because that's something I'm working on, and I'm hoping to, as a team, we're hoping to bring you these live intercepts as we're flying in them this next year.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
Well,
actually.
Lou. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to touch on data is a huge thing for us, and it's tough because as much as we our project was built around data collection and ultimately solving these challenges with severe weather that haven't been necessarily completely solved. How does a tornado really work? What are all the dynamics at play? How can you do a better job with prediction? So for us, that is definitely our top priority, and it's something that we're getting to, but there is just so much work involved. I mean, hundreds of hours by members of our team just working on sensor calibrations, developing new technologies just to be able to get these different data points, and then actually working with our partners to actually be able to calibrate this data and keep things moving forward. So
it's great. Well, again, Lou, thanks for taking the time to join us today and supporting this whole cause for the storm shelters, and kind of filling us in on what we can expect coming from Project Otis this coming season. We're going to definitely look forward to seeing you guys out in the field.
Awesome. Thank you guys for having me on.
Great. Have happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Have a good season.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll tell you what, before we kind of close and wrap things up, we've got two special guests that we're going to bring into the show. And Eric and Holly, I'm going to kind of turn it over to you two to kind of wrap this up here before we do the official close up as we bring in Brad and April. You've got the floor.
Hey guys.
How are you guys?
Wonderful. How are y'all?
Great.
Thank you for
Thank you so
jumping
much
in.
for coming on.
And
Absolutely.
I think
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, we may have Eric Toll jump on also, because Eric Toll, I need to shout out to Eric Toll. He's here at my house, but he's trying to get on in another room. But Eric is an amazing guy, and Eric is the reason that we were able to save you guys. Even though there's many parts of things that happen, but what I wanted you two to talk about first is Rolling Fork and why we need to go to Rolling Fork. Why do they need the shelter, and why are we doing what we're doing? If you guys can kind of focus on that, because it's everything that we kind of looking forward that we want to prevent from things that happened to April.
Well, it's a rural community, like so many in a lot of places in the country. I get to travel in certain parts of the year. A lot of the places that y'all chase, I'm doing something else. I'm chasing animals, but in these travels, you see these very very small towns like Rolling Fork, and there's just it's kind of poverty stricken, and there's just not a lot of storm shelters anywhere, even private ones. We still haven't gotten ours. Shame on us. But looking at this with Oz, that's where we're going to go. But it's a small community with the proper notifications. We can move a lot of people into a massive structure and save a lot of lives.
Yeah, Eric. Yeah, thanks for jumping on, man.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah. Eric is a one of a kind guy. Any time that you see Eric, he's full of joy and always helping people and always being super grateful for everything in life. And I appreciate Eric. And Eric is the reason that we were able to connect with you guys. And Eric, if you want to just speak to what you saw that day and in your opinion, why do these shelters matter?
What I seen that day is I come from a town similar to Rolling Fork. It has, less than 1,000 people, very small town. And what I noticed, that was the first time I've ever seen anything that was just destroyed like that. And so uh, everybody in the Chaser community and the locals we started helping out. There was no emergency response, police, EMS, or nothing for like an hour and a half because they were taken out too. So, and then when we were looking around for people, I just happened to stumble across the dairy bar, the building that April and Gwen and Molly Ruth were in, and some other people that I have no idea who they were. And then in there, I didn't exactly know what to do, so I ran to grab some more people because I knew we were going to have more people to lift that roof off them. And I ran into Eric Fox, I was like, "What are you doing?" I didn't even know he was here. And in the middle of all this chaos, I seen Eric, and I was like, "Hey, I don't know what to do. Like, I need some help. I really need some help because we got to get these people out." And then so Eric just started coordinating things, got a bunch of people over there, and we got them out. And then, the rest is history. And these storm shelters are needed for these communities because it is a poor country or poor area. And just like where I come from, there's not a whole lot of money in these areas. So any help we can give them is great. And that
And I
tornado hit
think,
at night. Go ahead.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, and I think one of the things that happens in the Chase community, the idea of coming across damage is kind of an abstract thought. Like you think that it's something that you're either not going to encounter or it's not going to be as bad as it can be. And I remember when we brought Brad and April to the summit 2 years ago and did the panel, and that I think that was a big moment for a lot of chasers to really hear that very personal story and really drove home the point of how important it is to be there and being able to save people who are in that situation. And it drove home the point for me to how can we serve these communities? We can provide the ground truth, and we can provide that on the ground information. But I think it's so important that we are able to give back to the communities that are directly affected by these storms when we can chase the storm and then go home to our safe warm beds. um Eric, if you want to talk a little bit more about just the impact that this can have on some of these communities.
Yeah, and I want to bring in April too. April is the one that had to be in a building that collapsed on top of her. And so, the difference between maybe having a shelter that she could have gone to versus, literally putting a building on her back to save people, right? It's, um, you think about one life. If you save one life, and people equate money to saving lives and stuff. In this case, that's true, right? Because $1 may be the difference between us being able to do this shelter or not, or that shelter or not. So every dollar counts with what we're doing, because unfortunately, this all costs money to build. So April, if you really want to bring in and like just kind of discuss what you feel comfortable of why this matters, you're the one person in this group right now that had to live through that and have to live through that forever, right? Not just then, but for the rest of your life. If you want to talk about that, maybe understand to our viewers why that $1 or $10 or $20 might matter if we can put a shelter in and maybe save 30 or 40. Because look, Rolling Fork was literally a half a mile from getting hit again last year. So, and we want to talk about that.
Oops.
We lost her.
Lost your audio.
Can you hear us now?
We got you.
Oh, she got to get closer. Yeah.
Oh, she needs that one.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
We were trying to do this without two sets. But anyway, there were so many in Rolling Fork and Silver City, other small areas around us that night, that their lives were taken. And if we had a shelter, most of those that lost their lives were in trailer parks, and where they didn't have any form of safety, So having a community shelter that would provide more security is definitely a need. Not to mention, the Mexican restaurant where we were obviously didn't provide, well, it provided a pretty good shelter, I will say, unfortunately. But, warning was a lot of factors in this storm in particular. But I do think that those that lost their lives, if they had a shelter to go to, it probably would have made a huge difference.
Yeah. I appreciate you guys coming on. I appreciate the summit. The videos that you guys have been seeing that was, gracefully made by Edgar O'Neill. That video was provided by Eric Toll. I appreciate you guys coming on and helping our effort. Brad and April also are connecting us with the right people in Rolling Fork to make sure that the shelter gets put in the proper area with the most need. We are identifying some areas. We have one area that we're thinking it's going to go into, which is probably the nursing home. But, we really appreciate you coming on as a group, as Storm Chasers. We appreciate you reaching out to our group to try to make that difference. And I know from the bottom of my heart, from the summit and from the thousands of people that are involved with the summit that attend, I appreciate you guys at all times. And if you ever need anything, please reach out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Brad and April, and also Eric for taking the time and joining us today for this cause and to help us support things. We appreciate it, and hope you guys have some happy holidays.
Hi, Brad and April.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Eric.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, gang. So I think that just about does it for our telethon, folks. Thanks for tuning in and watching, joining us in the chat, all of you that were in there. But most importantly, thank you for all of you that have made donations and have found the opportunity to really help be a part of this weather community and pulling this together. The point is you still have time to support. So even though we're wrapping up this telethon, this is still going to be out there. It's still going to be available to view, and you might be watching this after we've done this live, and you might be watching this in the coming weeks and months. And that's fine, because that donation link and that QR code will still be available to help support and help be a part of that, even if you weren't here today. So Holly, I'm going to kind of turn it over to you to maybe announce where we're at so far. Even though we're ending the telethon, we're not ending the drive. Tell us where we're at, and again, remind people, why this is such an important thing to try and get everybody involved.
Yeah, so we have a grand total, if I can get one more drum roll. Our final total is $3,850. So thank you to everybody who has donated over the last few hours. It is an incredible amount of money, and we appreciate every single dollar that's come in, and every single one of you who has given your time and given of your hard-earned paychecks to this cause. And we are going to, just because the telethon is over does not mean the campaign is over. So if you have not had time to make your gift, you still can over the next few days. And we are going to have a final total here in the next few days, and then we are going to be able to announce the winners of our drawing.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's still, tell everybody again what that drawing's for.
Yes, sir. So anybody who has donated $100 or more is being entered into a drawing to receive a free, we will draw one name, and they will receive a free ticket to the Storm Chaser Summit in February. And if you've given $200 or more, you will be entered into a drawing to receive a free ticket and a hotel for the duration of the summit.
That's great. That is outstanding. And I'll tell you what, I do want to just share a special thanks to both Holly and Eric, as well as Edgar, who helped out behind the scenes to make this. This was a heck of a show today to make this possible, but also to all of our guests that took the time to come in and give us a little bit of their time on a Saturday. We had some awesome guests. And again, thanks to Eric and Holly for pulling that all together. Eric, let's, as we start looking ahead, talk a little bit about the summit in February and how people can get involved and find tickets.
Yeah, so first go to chasersummit.org. That's where you can find the tickets. This year is actually going to be bigger and better than we've ever had. It's a 3-day summit, so the price for full 3 days is incredible. If you look at any other weather conference out there, we are a quarter of the cost. And within that, you're getting training on Thursday. We have meteorology, we have CPR, we have first aid, we have photography. It's not 100%, but I'm hearing Canon Camera maybe giving some lenses and bodies away. Canon Camera is going to end up being one of the sponsors. So, if you got to be in person to do that. So come in. Saturday, we have a full meal, the Hall of Fame. If you look at that Hall of Fame list, oh my goodness, I don't have it in front of me.
That is one heck of a Hall of Fame class this year.
Yeah. You're getting to be a part of history there, seeing some founding fathers of storm chasing put into the Hall of Fame. And then, the Chaser Prom on Thursday, I think that's going to be so much fun. It's going to be a way of just having fun if you never got to attend your prom. And we have some goofy stuff coming up with that I think everybody's going to enjoy. Holly and I may go to fight over some of this, but it's okay. And then Saturday, it's going to be fun. We have the Vortex Awards that's hosted by Tim Marshall like every year, and we're already starting on that right now. And make sure you get those pictures and videos and everything to Tim via the website. And then it's going to be bigger and better. And we have our 2027 summit finalized. And we are going to announce that at the summit. So we already know where we're going in 2027. So it never ends. You can ask Holly.
Can't stop, won't stop.
7 days a week, 365 for the summit.
Can't stop, won't stop.
That's awesome. Hey, I'll tell you what, if you want to hang out at the prom, if you want to hang out in the back corner drinking with me, you're welcome to do that as well, even if you don't have a date and don't want to dance. That's always an option.
At this prom, the punch does come spiked.
Oh,
so be ready for that.
I will be there. So again, thanks everybody. for making this huge event a great thing. So for Eric, Holly, and MJ that you haven't seen the whole 4 or 5 hours, he's been running things in the back. So thanks to MJ. But we'll catch you next time. We'll see you at the summit. Goodbye, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you for joining us. We hope to see you at the 2026 National Storm Chaser Summit in Denver,